I'm late. So rude. So rude of me. Is my mom already here? Mom, are you not driving? Where are you, Mom? Are you at the bushes right now? Guess I shouldn't say names, but ooh, gotta get cozy. Okay, how's everybody doing this morning? Everybody share your shows. Tell us what you're selling. Tell us when you're selling it. Tell us if you're new. Tell us if you're trying to reach a goal. Are you trying to make 1,000 sales? Are you trying to get 1,000 followers? Are you trying to get up the nerve to do your first show? Let us know in the chat. Do I have show notes? I don't think I have show notes today. I'll put those in there, but those are for the estate sale. Just if anybody wants to see what notes I use when I'm doing estate sales, there you go. SS Vintage is doing a 10-10 celebration tonight. What's the 10-10 celebration? Just that it's 10-10 p.m.? But you're doing it at 7:20 p.m. What's the point of the 10-10? I need to know. Karen's Closet is trying to get up the nerve to do the first show for a while now. Oh, Karen, I'm going to give you the What Liz Likes test. We're going to look at your profile and see if you have shows scheduled. Well, you got bookmarks now. You got bookmarks. You have a show on the 18th. Okay, listen, Karen. Karen's Closet. Don't miss that show. Do not reschedule it, okay? Get all your nerves out the day before and just go live and do it. And be totally okay with failing because you're going to learn so much and you're going to get over those nerves. And then every show you get to improve and do a little better and a little better and a little better. But do not reschedule that first show, okay? That's your homework. Mojo's wife, Joni. Hello, welcome in. Shiny Penny says, I sell yarn hand-dyed by me and other yarns. That's awesome. We are lovers of the handmade category. So welcome in, fellow crafter. All right, everybody. Oh, wait, hold on. Did I not put in listings? I did not put in listings. Give me a second. You guys keep sharing your shows. I was preparing a bunch today. And then I found out that my mom is coming today. I mean, I knew my mom was coming today. I've known for like weeks that I've known for actually a month and a half because she actually sent it to me. And then she texted me this morning. She's like, I'll be there around noon. And I was like, what the freaking heck? No, I'm not ready for you. Because I didn't realize it was the 10th when I woke up today. Okay, what am I trying to look for? I'm going to clone some stuff so we can take a look at it today. So continue sharing your shows. I'm sorry, we're running a little bit behind. Okay, shows. Past shows. Iris Vintage, hello. Okay, past shows. We're going to clone to today's show. Mom, you better not be driving. If I find out that you ever put a comment in on Whatnot while you're driving, I'm divorcing you. I'm divorcing you forever. Okay, we're going to clone all of those. There we go. Cloned. Now, hopefully that's going to show up there. Did we get rated by Zoe? No, we did not. But hello, is Zoe's Treasures in here? Hello. She makes things. I need advice on getting followers. Everything I make is homemade and I can't seem to find my people. She makes things. I'm going to take a look at your profile if you don't mind. Okay, let's look in your shop. So, let's see. Ornaments on black velvet. Oh my goodness. Okay, what category are you selling in? She makes things. Tell me what category you're selling in. I have some advice, and some people are going to disagree with this advice, but I'm telling you, do it. Just do it and try it and see if it works. Arts and homemade. Okay, so here's the thing. She makes things. Arts and homemade is a great category to participate in if you are an arts and homemade maker, which I am. I very rarely ever sell in that category. What you really want to do, Catches by Kathy. Hold on, pause the advice. Catches by Kathy, thank you so much for rating. Everybody say hi to Catches by Kathy. And while I tell you that Catches by Kathy is going to do a ride and chat about, so they're doing a chat show while exercising at let's see, on the 12th at 7:22 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And Catches by Kathy is doing vintage and antique jewelry on the 17th, 7:22 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thank you so much, Catches by Kathy. Catches by Kathy, hold up. Hold the phone. Did you know, Catches by Kathy, that you're the first on my list? We're talking about you today. We're going to talk about you today. Okay, hold on. Let me get back to that advice I was giving earlier. Let me find you here. She Makes Things. Looking through your shop, and you guys can look at She Makes Things shop as well. She Makes Things, say hi in the chat again. If you guys want to go look at her shop, and look at the things she's making, and you can tell me if you agree or disagree with this advice. Okay, there She Makes Things right there. She Makes Things. This is my advice to you. The people who would like your stuff are shopping in the vintage decor category. What you are making is a modern vintage craft. So jewelry on velvet trees, very much a vintage decor item that is highly sought after. And you are recreating a vintage craft, specifically Christmas, that fits in with a very specific vintage Christmas category. So if I was you, I would schedule your shows in vintage decor, and then I would make sure that your title says Christmas, Christmas velvet trees, Christmas jewelry trees. Like, you want to tag those things in your listings and in your title, right? And get a photo of all those, the ornaments, the trees, everything you're doing fits with vintage Christmas. So people that like arts and handmade may or may not be into that. People who like vintage decor are into that. So that's the category you want to go into. Now, people might disagree because they're like, no, you should stay in your category. But here's the thing, the categories are meant to help people find what they want. You do have other than Christmas, but look at the bulk of your items. And I can only, Zoe's Treasures, hold the phone. We got to stop the advice again for a raid. Thank you so much, Zoe's Treasures. Welcome in. Everybody say hello to the ducks. Zoe's Treasures just raided with a party of, wait, hold on. Is something glitching? Zoe's Treasure just raided with not moving, and my red dot says 51. Am I glitching? I might be glitching. Everybody say hello to each other. Zoe's Treasures just finished an amazing raid train. My phone is glitching. Oh, there we go. There we go. There we go. Okay, everything finally caught up. I was like, I know I'm glitching. It was. Oh, dang, I hope I don't have connection issues today. Not today. Zoe's Treasures, that blue vase, and whoever bought it, the big swung vase. Swamp Chic. Was it Swamp Chic Boutique that bought that? Anyway, fabulous item, fabulous buy. I loved it. Okay, so everybody, and let me tell you guys real quick, because this is something I do for everyone that raids. Zoe's Treasures is going to have another show today. You guys do not miss this one. I have it bookmarked. My mom is coming to visit. Not miss this show. Zoe is doing a chat show titled Setting Up Your Reselling Business Workshop. She's going to help you set up your reselling business beginning to end. Super excited for that. So don't miss that. Also, shout out to Zoe's T Mod. Okay, Zoe's T Mod is Noelle, Zoe's counterpart, is broadcasting this to YouTube. So you do not need to purchase notes. I forgot to put those in the store. You still can purchase the notes. I know a lot of people like to purchase the notes because they use them to write their own notes on top of that. So I do like to have them in there. Let me make sure I get those in there for you guys. Sorry. I was so prepared. Here's the problem. I was over prepared today. And so I was ready like at 6:00 this morning. So everything is, I'm a procrastinator. I have to do everything at the very last minute. It's how I work. So because I was over prepared today, I'm now under prepared. That's how I roll. Okay, there we go. Notes are imported if you want them. Livy Will, you've got the same problem. Isn't it so frustrating? It's like, okay, I can either show up at my appointment 15 minutes early because I'm ready now, And if I'm ready now, I have to go now. If I wait until it's time to leave, but I'm ready 10 minutes earlier, then I'm going to be 15 minutes late. So that's why I'm running late today. Jules, thank you for purchasing the notes so you can rewatch the show. um, okay, now hold on. I have to hydrate already. That's not a good sign. Thank you for showing off your points in the chat with the fire flames. Serial Hobbyist, you're going to try to run your show on YouTube too? I hope it goes well. I hope it goes well. Thank you. I think I purchased the necklace. I don't know if I got this one from Green 13 or 88. I know I got the chain from Green 13, and these are from Green 13, all sterling. You thought that was a whole beer? Here, just for anyone that's worried, this is one of my mom's favorite brands, and my mom loves to drink water that looks like beer. What's the one, Mom? If you're driving, don't tap. What's the one that looks like a straight up beer can with the skulls and everything? But anyway, it's not my favorite. It's not my favorite, but I grabbed something from the fridge. It's actually not that bad though. I actually do like this blackberry lemonade one. Liquid Death. My mom loves. She's the ultra church lady. You think I'm a church lady? My mom is the ultra church lady, and she loves to drink Liquid Death on purpose. Okay. She makes, back to that advice I was giving you. You want to pick the category where your buyers are. And yes, you do other things than Christmas. The bulk of your shop, from what I saw, was Christmas. Now, I didn't look in your next show, which, by the way, go schedule 3 more. Always have a minimum of 4 shows scheduled at all times. So go schedule some more shows. So funny. My parents are ultra conservative, but love my Gothic art. Hey, I've been a church girl since the day I was born. Like I naturally try to be a good girl. And I, as a teenager, so surprised my mom never even mentioned it. My mom never even twitched an eyeball at this. But I had my whole room decorated in Absolute vodka advertisements. And she was like, I asked her one day, I was like, didn't that worry you? Like, did that bother you at all? As an adult, I asked her, because it would bother me if my kids did it, because I'm judgy. And she was like, no, I just focused on what you were doing. And I kind of figured, based on everything else I was seeing, that you were doing it for art. And I was like, that's the exact reason I was doing it. I thought those ads were very artistic, right? Sense from Memory Lane. Read the notes. You always want to read the notes. The other thing is, so sense from Memory Lane. Normally I would not do this, but because this is a chat show and we're giving advice, I'm going to give you advice as a friend out of love. So see how you asked, but then you promoted right after the ask. So that's something that a lot of people, the Serial Hobbyist, yes, but it should say something in there about promoting. Oh, but you did promote you said, I am doing a mystical show today. I'm trying to grow. That's a promotion. Even asking to promote, because you told people you're a seller. So now listen, I don't want you to get offended by this. I do not want if you get offended by this, I apologize, because that's not my intention with this. And if I was doing a selling show, all I would say is please read the notes. And if you did it more than once, one of my moderators might remove you. We're very, very careful about doing that. So in a chat show, though, I want to explain why. Okay. So when you come into someone's show and you say, can I promote? And you don't say anything else. All you say is, can I promote? You did promote. You just told everybody in that person's business, hey, I'm a fellow seller too. You should check me out. That's what you say when you say, can I promote? Right? Yes, exactly. So because this is a chat show, I don't care as much. When I'm selling, when I'm actually conducting business and making money, like at the end of this show, when I start selling soap, if someone comes in and says, can I promote? I would just flat out say, no, not right now. I'm conducting business, right? So you have to be very careful how you do that. But here's something that I also like to tell people. One of the best ways to advertise and tell everybody, I'm new, I have under 1,000 sales and under 1,000 followers. If that's what you want to tell people, then always ask to promote. Because as soon as you ask to promote, you have the live show notes on. I know. I don't have I put my estate sale notes in there specifically because I wanted to show people what I use for my estate sales. So those are not chat show notes, but the notes should still say, do they still say it? Yeah, it says please do not ask to promote while I'm selling. Oh yeah, I changed that one. I just recently changed it. It used to say please don't ask to promote. I invite you to promote 3 times during the show. I changed that. So that was my fault too. Sense from memory lane. That's the only reason that I explained that, because otherwise I think it would hurt your feelings if I did that in a rush during a sales show. It would be kind of rude to be like, no, and you already did, right? So I only took the time to explain it because it's a chat show and we're focusing on teaching and learning together. Yes, if you're going to ask, do it through a red chat. So if you're new, if you've never done this before, do this right now so you can experience it. Nobody else is going to see it except for you, me, and my moderators, Sabaloo. Put this in the chat. Say, can I promote with a question mark and then put boobs, BOOBS, or BBC or PayPal. I pick boobs because it's easy to remember. There we go. Nacho cheese, and you can't see it, but nacho cheese and just put boobs. QT Candles just put, can I promote boobs? You can't see it. There we go. Sent from memory lane just wrote, everyone's doing it now. Testing, boobs. Boobs makes it red. Only you can see it. Only the person who wrote it and me and my moderators can see it. Okay? I know, Sabaloo, I'm so sorry. I know, we keep talking about it. Wait, the mutuals have talked about this. She follows. Not going to read all of that. I'm not going to say who wrote it. Sorry, probably shouldn't have read any of it. Yes, the chat is blowing up right now. My screen is full of red chat. Everybody is putting it. I use boobs because it's easy to remember. There's a bunch of others. There's BBC, there's PayPal, there's some really naughty ones. There's a whole bunch of them. If you guys want to put the list, I don't even bother remembering them all because boobs works. Oh my, nacho cheesin'. I'm not going to read that one because I don't want people using that for red chat. I'm okay with boobs. I have them. You have them. Like, boobs is okay to me. Not saying that one, though. Yeah, now everyone be nice. Don't put naughty stuff in my red chat. Exactly. So cherry red treasures. Boobs is my default, but I use BBC when in doubt. When in doubt, I use BBC. That's also easy to remember. I don't know why it's red chatted. I don't want to know why it's red chatted, but that's another one you can use. Okay. Okay, so sorry, I missed other stuff in the chat. I apologize. We're going to get to our notes. If you have a question now, Phil, 9 times. I don't know what 9 times read, but I'm not going to go back and read it because if it's making 9 times say that, I don't want to read it. Good morning, Bill. Not from 9 times. How you doing? Oh, I love what Tober 2 says. Always read the show notes and the room. If nobody else is doing it and the seller is engaged, don't do it. It's going to be considered spamming. Absolutely. Millicent says, sometimes Whatnot will give up on me and not censor that one. Oh, so I've added the British Broadcasting one. Yes, you have to be careful. Listen, you guys, be careful with the red chat. If you put a period or a question mark after the red chat word, or you put it too close to another word, if it's touching anything else, it will not get red chatted. And do not put listen, we are a G-rated show here. Anything worse than boobs, you are not allowed to show that in the chat. But if you want to write boobs question mark, like without a space, you can do that. And let's see if we can read that. Yes, Molly Young Artist, I will say this. I think everyone knows this. If you don't know this, I will say it so that you like it. So you type boobs and then you comment. See, you guys are so boobs question mark does get through. Oh, interesting. Boobies does not. Boobies does not get red chatted. Interesting. Yeah, Venmo works. It's PG-13. Okay. So asking to promote in the chat is a no-no. Sharing your show via private message on Whatnot is a big no-no as well. I actually unfollowed 2 people this week who I wanted to stay following. I did not want to unfollow them, but they kept sending me their shows. And it wasn't like, Liz, I know this is what you like. This is what you collect. I'm sending you this show specifically because I know you don't want to miss out on it. It was like they were sharing every show with me. I love you. I want to keep following you, but not if you're going to put junk mail in my inbox on Whatnot. And listen, there is no way to search or filter on the Whatnot private messages. So if I'm trying to find an important message, I have to scroll through all of the show shares that people are sending me. And it gets frustrating. It gets frustrating, especially when it's like, I'm a seller. You know that I'm a seller on here. You know how the messages work too. You know that I need them for business and you are clogging them up with your shows willy nilly. And I think that's disrespectful. If you're a fellow seller and you've been on the app for more than 3 months, you should know not to be messaging show shares. When you go to share a show, everybody click on share down here. The first option Whatnot is going to give you is to private message via Whatnot, and that makes it confusing, everybody. Dear Whatnot, please switch those. Make social media the top bar. You're supposed to be sharing your shows on social media. Share it to your Instagram stories, share it to your Facebook stories, share it to wherever else you have your social media, but do not share it to everyone on private message. Nobody likes it. It makes people, even if they love you, even if they bookmarked your show, eventually they're going to unfollow you just so they don't get included in the send it to everyone thing. Dear Whatnot, just remove the ability to share inside this app, please. I mean, Tober, yes, I would actually rather they not be able to share at all than spam me, but I do like getting every now and then now, actually tagging I think works better. If somebody's in a show and they see stuff that I like, they tag me, I might come in if they tag me and say what Liz likes, vintage Christmas. But I give them one time to get me right. Tagging is when you put an @ symbol in someone's name. So Sable Lou, tag Catches by Kathy and then copy it because we're going to get to Catches by Kathy in a second. If you want to, Sable Lou. She might not be here. She's got a busy day. There we go. Those are tags down below. So Nacho Cheesin just tagged Sense from Memory Lane. Sense from Memory Lane just tagged Tober. T-Jess just tagged Cherry Treasures. Okay. M&B Vintage says, I normally don't share, but had to share with people when Whatnot was giving a Porsche away last week. See, M&B Vintage, there's people that will tag me in shows because they know that I'm looking for interesting things on Whatnot to talk about. So that I would be like, okay, I see why she tagged me in that. But if you just tagged me in every single one of Whatnot's shows, I would be like, listen, I love you. Please stop. And if you didn't stop, I would unfollow. And then I would just stay following through going to your shows. Like, just because I unfollow you doesn't mean I'm going to stop going to your shows or stop promoting you or stop, anything else that I was originally doing. Charity Vintage says, I don't mind when people send me their shows that I'm friends with on here. Charity Vintage, no. Hold on. I'm just going to take a gander at something. Oh, Charity Vintage. Okay, then I'm impressed. Because you are following 8,000 people. I have an issue with it. I do, because even if you're friends with me, like it's a lot of junk mail in my mailbox. It's a lot of scrolling, and I can't just swipe it away. I actually have to tap on it and tap. It's 2 clicks to remove that from my messages. Like, that's too much time having to click, 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 just to get to the stuff that I need to know, right? Yo, 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 Tiny the artist. Nacho Cheesin says, I will also add, please don't come into a room in the middle of a sale and tell everyone Whatnot is giving a Porsche away. Nacho Cheesin, did someone do that to you? Instantly remove and possibly a block for that. That is so beyond like not understanding how business and sales work. Like, I'm sorry, at that point, if you come into a sales show and tell me something that is happening live right now that might pull people out of my room, you are actually a danger to my business. That is straight up, no holds bar, no question. It's not even a red flag, it's a full bomb explosion. You come into my live where I'm selling and you give information that draws people away from my show. I can't trust you. Like, that to me is the ultimate betrayal in a business setting, right? Charity Vintage says, I had that happen. Can I promote? My mom had no one in her room right now. I'm like, what the heck? Are you serious, Charity? See, and those, I hate those even more because that makes you look like a bad person. They're like, my mom's live right now and nobody's in her room. So now you, in order to defend your business, has to look like a bad person. Instant block. You know what I would do in that situation? I would raid the mom. No, just kidding. I wouldn't. But if I was near the end of a show or anything, I would raid that person to get the brownie points. And then I would block that person and their mom. And that mom would have to suffer for their child's bad move. Yeah, I'd raid the mom and then I'd block the kid. So wrong. Like, it's not, hopefully the mom didn't ask her to do that, right? Miranda, it's in my notes. It's in my notes. You're in the middle of your show. Yeah, sorry. No, there's certain behaviors on here that there's some things are just like, oh, sweetheart, you're new. You don't know, right? There's some things like that. You try to give a little grace. You try to instruct as much as possible without looking like a bad person or being rude. 9 times. Yeah, but the mom, listen, 9 times. As someone who's raised 5 children, I will never judge a parent for how the child behaves. Let me just tell you, I've raised 5 children. I'm also one of 7 children. I will never judge a parent. I will judge a parent for what I see from that parent, but I will never judge a parent based on their kids, because let me tell you how many times I've had to say, they know better, I've taught them better. Like, we raised them better. Like, that was not something they got from me. That was something they were trying out. Okay? So I did not teach my kid to put boogers on the wall. I spent his entire life trying to teach him not to do that very thing. Okay? So if my kid sleeps over at your house and he wipes boogers on the wall, do not give me your judgment. Please judge my son. Okay? And I have 3 sons and I'm not telling you which one. All of them. Just kidding. Not all of them. 2 of them. But I'm not telling you which one. Oh, hold on. Nurse Gone Crazy says, and I say, before you ask to promote, try to make sure the seller you're using doesn't have a show at the same time. Oh, that's a good one too. I like that. Also, Nurse Gone Crazy, let's add to that list. If you're going to have the cojones to ask to promote in someone's live show, you better be following them, right? Like, just because they have a high red dot doesn't mean that that's permission to use their, like, you better have a business relationship. But here's the thing. If you were following them, you would already know their policies. And if you had a relationship with them, you would already know the best way to promote, which is to just benefit each other, right? Lindsay Woo. Lindsay Woo says, my sister used to do that. Whoops. My sister used to do that, but she did it behind the couch because she hated my stepmom. When did they finally find it? My mom didn't know that we were shoving pizza crusts under the dining room table until we moved. So we're talking like 6 to 9 years worth of pizza crusts being shoved in the little cubby holes under the dining room table. And when the movers were moving, they tipped the table over and all these like petrified pizza crusts go like bones all over the floor. She was mortified. She was mortified. So I could just imagine your parents finally rearranging the furniture and being like years worth of boogers. Charity Vintage, this is very important for everyone listening. I don't think promoting helps. I think getting into shows and building relationships is the best way to grow. Absolutely. Any one of the people that I call out in this show, it's not because they promoted in here. It's because they like if I shout out SS Vintage, tell me when your next show is. Like during a selling show, if someone like SS Vintage comes into my room, I'm going to say, SS Vintage, how are you doing? What's your next show? Like, I'm going to tell them specifically. 9 times I would do that. I'd be like, 9 times, when's your next show? Because they have specifically shouted me out in their shows. So I give them preferential treatment because they've given me preferential treatment, and they scratch my back, I scratch their back, right? Whereas somebody just coming in and dropping a show is like, excuse me, who are you? Why are you? You know what I'm saying? Um, I don't think I've ever gone to a show that was promoted during someone else's show. Wait, what do you mean by that, SS Vintage? What do you mean by that? I shout you out because you love me. I do. I do, because you were integral in some of my growth. Here's the thing, if you're new, you may not understand this, but if you've been on the app for over a year, there are specific sellers who helped you grow. And you help each other grow, right? So those sellers have special places in our hearts because without them, we would have felt very alone. Without them, we would have felt like we were doing it all by ourselves. But because we had someone that was a friendly face, someone that would come in and actually wake up our chat. So here, this is why chatting in a live show instead of promoting helps so much more. If you come into a chat, or if you come into a show, like let's say I'm selling and I say, you guys, can you tell me how's my video? How's my audio? When you don't say anything, no relationship is built. You asked to promote, and I knew you were in here when I was asking that question. Mm-mm, because you were here when I asked you for help. And I said, how's my audio? How's my video? Now, the people who actually chime in, I shout their name out. Like if Zoe's Team Mod was in my show at the beginning, I was saying, how's my audio? How's my video? And Zoe's Team Mod says, it looks good to me. I say, Zoe's Team Mod. I say their name. Zoe's Team Mod, thank you so, so much. I so appreciate you being here and giving me feedback. So you want your name shouted out, come in and participate in the chat. Keep a room awake. Point out things in the store. Say, oh my gosh, I love that blue vase in your show. Doesn't mean you're buying. Stay home to shop. Just always say glitching. I appreciate that when people do that, right? I never mind modding or helping other sellers if I can. Exactly, Nurse Gone Crazy. Those are good ways to promote yourself. Let's see. Do. Discover Treasure says some sellers don't care if you promote at any time. So there aren't official rules on this. Discover Treasures. There are official rules in the terms of service. You're not supposed to spam your shows. Okay. So that's the official thing. Then there's just etiquette. Like, okay, let's just talk about etiquette. Is there any official rule that you should sneeze into your elbow instead of your hands? That's changed since COVID, right? But those are unwritten rules. Those are rules that you learn as people tell you them, okay? So same thing in shows here. Like, I don't think there's an official posting outside of Walmart that says, no, please Target employees do not come in here and talk to our customers about your Target specials. That's not posted outside of the door of Walmart. But if I, as a Walmart employee, were to catch a Target employee inside my store advertising their weekend specials, I would kick them out. It doesn't need to be posted on the door. It's a private entity. This is a private show. Like, okay, no, it's not a private show, but you know what I mean? This is my live. Whatnot's given me the tools to remove you. You see what I'm saying? So it doesn't have to be actually officially stated anywhere. It just has to be good common sense. Should you use somebody else's hard-earned work and business to promote your business? That it's just that simple of a question. Should you expect someone who's worked really hard, who's in the middle of conducting their business, to pause their business, to read your comment, to give you permission to use their business for your business? Like when you put it in brick and mortar terms, nobody would ever. But in a live where we have all these social connections, everybody just assumes those rules disappear. No, those rules still take place. I worked hard to build my business. I am in the middle of conducting business. Why would you think you would come in to take advantage of that business? You see what I mean? Sense from Memory Lane says, I had to block a person because she would just come in my show to make things that are in my shows, like my, she was coming into your room to steal your ideas. Cannot believe it. I can believe it. Everybody does it all the time. Yeah. That's a reason to block someone, right? I'll kick people off my corner all day long. Stay home to shop. Okay. We do have to get to the notes eventually today because my mom is coming and the guest bed is covered in laundry and I have like 1,000 orders to ship today. So, new or not, use common sense. Exactly. Ames 0623 says standard mod things, getting people chatting, typing what is up for auction, ask for followers, shares, and bookmarks. Yes. So if you want the seller to notice you and you want the seller to appreciate you and hopefully shout you out, how helpful are you to your mom? Or to your mom, I was reading a chat while speaking. How helpful are you to the person whose business you would ever think to encroach upon? Sets from Memory Lane gets a shout out from a red chat. Okay, let's see. Hin Rebecca says, I'm very new here, but have been watching and shopping a ton of shows. I see a lot of people come in and ask if they can promote. What do I do? So Rebecca, watch what the other sellers do. Now listen, if you're a brand new seller, hold on just a second. If you're a brand new, come on, buttons work for me. There we go. If you're a brand new seller, and let's say you're struggling getting anyone to chat, like you're struggling to get anyone to even say hello in the chat, right? Invite people to share their shows. That's actually a really good way to get your chat moving. So if you feel like it's crickets and you get someone that comes into your show and you're like, Rock, Paper, Salvage, are you a seller on here? If so, share your show. This is what we're selling today. So invite, but notice there's a difference. I'm inviting you to share your shows. Now, usually in my shows, what I try to do is at the beginning of the show, while I'm still getting things set up and I'm still just kind of chit chatting, I invite everyone to share their shows. I say, hey guys, I'm still getting set up. Everybody share their shows. Tell us what you're selling. Tell us when you're selling it. Tell us if you're new. Tell us if you're trying to hit a goal, 1,000 sellers, 1,000 followers, that. Then sometime in the middle of the show, I'm going to need to take a drink because I've been selling for 2 hours. So this is what I do. And I'm going to do it right now. So be ready to take advantage of it. Ready? All right, guys, I got to stop and hydrate. Everybody share your shows down in the chat below. Well, I take a sipperoni. Tell us what you sell. Tell us when you sell it. Tell us if you're new. Tell us if you're trying to reach a goal. 1,000 sales, 1,000 followers. You tell while I sip. That keeps my chat moving while I'm not entertaining. So I still use it even as an established seller to say, would you guys share your shows? Because right now I can't do the work. I need to drink. I can't entertain. I can't sell. So you guys do it for me. So you can invite people to share their shows so that they can do the work for you, right? They're keeping that chat going. They're keeping things moving. So then at the end of my show, while I'm saying goodbye and promoting my own shows, I will again invite people. So if you come to one of my shows, you're guaranteed to get a minimum, well, usually a minimum of 2 if I'm not super, super frazzled and crazy. Sometimes I forget. But usually I try to invite people to promote their shows 3 times during a show. There's a reason why I have it timed that way though. Because often what I noticed is people that come in and ask to promote, this is so tacky, please don't do this. If you're going to ask to promote, how long were you in that show? And how long do you stay in that show after you promote? Because what I noticed was the people that jump in and say, are you okay if I promote my show? They don't stick around. They're in, they promote, they're out. So for me, it's like, if you can't wait, if you can't help me start off my show, like if you come into my room as soon as I start my show off, you deserve to promote because you just helped me start strong. If you waited to the middle of my show to promote, you deserve it because you stuck with me until I could get to that point. And then if you're willing to stick with me at the end of my show when I'm about to raid into someone, you definitely deserve a promote because you're going to help me keep my numbers up for a raid. So it's a give and give, right? You give to me, I give to you. But you just jump in a show and ask to promote, then you're not giving me anything. You're just trying to use and abuse what I've worked really hard to build up. So that's something else to take into consideration. Okay, we're not going to talk about promoting anymore. I think we've covered that one pretty good. We're going to go to our notes. So we have some call outs today. We have about 3, I think. Yes, okay. Catches by Kathy. Sabaloo, hello. Okay. If you want to tag Catches by Kathy, it's a long name. Catches, if you're still here, Catches by Kathy, are you still in here? If so, just say hello in the chat. Yeah, we done killed that horse. We done turned it into ground beef. Can ground horse be called ground beef? I don't think so. Ground stallion. That dead horse is ground stallion at this point. Okay. I was about to say, or it could be Irish ground beef. Oh, but I don't know that many of you know about that huge thing that happened in Ireland. Okay, here we go. Oh, thank you, Zoe's T Mod. Everybody follows Zoe's T Mod because it's because of him that this is going to be, or later today, possibly. I never want to put timelines on people that are doing things for free. Catches by Kathy. Catches underscore by underscore Kathy with a C. Okay. Thank you for purchasing notes. So Catches by Kathy was doing a chat show. And I liked what she said. She said, are you giving time to tasks that are revenue generating? And this is something that I think a lot of new people need to pay attention to. Is it important to socialize and to network? Yes, it absolutely is. Can that be revenue generating? Absolutely, it can be. But where is your balance? How much balance are you giving to things that are actually revenue generating versus things that are possibly revenue generating? So let's talk about this. What are tasks that are actually revenue generating? Creating a listing. You can't sell it if it's not listed, right? Even if you're creating generic listings, again, I've gone to rate into shows before and I always tap on I try to find first shows to rate into. So oftentimes I will search first show to see when they're going to be live to see if I could rate into them. And then I click on the shop. And if they don't even have generic listings listed, by generic listings, you can look in my auction tab in my shop. And that's what generic listings are. If they don't even have generic listings, I'm not going to rate into them because chances are, if it's a first show, they're going to reschedule it because they're not ready. Okay. So, revenue generating tasks, listing items, even if it's generic listings, getting your shows fully listed, creating shows. Do you have more than one show scheduled? Going live. That's the biggest one. That is the biggest one. If you are spending more time doing any of these things than you are actually going live, you've got it backwards. And that includes listing. And that's why a lot of sellers use generic listings so that they can spend more time live than they are taking photos and creating listings. So going live is your ultimate revenue generating task. Are you shipping on time? Because shipping on time does affect your revenue. It's going to affect your stars, your rating, your standing with whatnot, your spot in the algorithm, because the slower your shipping is, the less you are boosted by whatnot, because they want to boost the quick shippers. Are you shipping safe? Are you shipping clean? Are you shipping in a way that people are going to appreciate? Sourcing. Sourcing is a revenue generating task, but only if you're doing it smart. If you're using sourcing as an excuse to not go live, because you got to go to the Goodwill, you got to watch so and so's dollar start show so you can grab some items so that you can hopefully, maybe someday, possibly sell them in the future. That might not be as much of a revenue generating task. But setting your prices and going, you know what? I would really like to do a $5 start show. So I'm going to go out and source the best dollar items I can get to increase my chances of success in that $5 start show. That's a revenue generating task because you are sourcing specifically in order to meet the needs of a goal in a show for profit. Does that make sense? Okay. Hold on. Message from Reed. Zoe's Mod, hold on. That person's on my notes, so I'm like, wait, what are you talking about? Rock Paper Salvage says, I'm procrastinating getting my listings done right now, actually, because you're too entertaining and insightful. You owe me 5 listings, Rock Paper Salvage. You can list while you listen. Zoe's T Mod, why did you mention that person? I'm scrolling up. Okay, sorry, I scrolled too far. Anyway, it's going to be on the list coming up. I'm missing something, Zoe's Timada, and I hope I'm not. If so, put more in the chat. Okay. Sourcing, getting on raid trains. Getting on raid trains is a good way to boost revenue because it's going to force you to go live. Because if you bow out of a raid train, it's really bad. Don't do that. But getting on raid trains is a good way to motivate yourself to go live to make that money, right? Sunshine Outpost, by the way, thank you so much. I just packaged your order today. It smells beautiful. Oh, is she in here? Grand Millennial Junebug, you're on my list. So hello, if you're still in here. I am still going to talk about you, but we're still on Catches by Kathy. So Catches by Kathy was talking about, are you giving time to tasks that are revenue generating? Now here's some non-revenue generating tasks that will lead you to do the revenue generating tasks that we just talked about. Okay. So cleaning your area so that you can ship, so that you can run your sales, so that you can do your business. Cleaning your sales area is important. Who here has not done a show because you don't have a clean space set up yet? And you keep meaning to get it clean, but you keep getting distracted by sourcing because sourcing is fun. Okay. I'm telling you today, you've got to clean. Okay. So cleaning, and then creating, hold on. Oh, cleaning and creating space. Okay. Space is very important in running a business. Okay. If you can't ship carefully because there's too much clutter in your shipping area, you need to create space. Are you actually breaking inventory because you have too much inventory and it's all toppling on top of itself? You need to create space. It's time to donate some crap, okay? Time to get rid of some stuff so that you can focus on the good stuff. Are you so focused on selling the junk that you haven't gotten around to selling the good stuff because you're too scared because your junk doesn't sell for enough? So you're like, well, people won't bid up my junk. So how can I bring my really nice item? You're preventing yourself from making money because you are skewing your data by selling the junk first. Create space, move the junk out so that you can focus on the good stuff so that you can get the data on the good stuff so you know if you can sell the good stuff. Save a little. I only call you out because I have to call myself out first. Okay. Impulsive Treasure says, I used to be so consistent, but I have 3 littles under 5. I've only been able to focus on selling at my antique mall. Impulsive Treasures, there's a season for everything. Okay. Right now, I am in the season of my kid, like my youngest kid just graduated. So I didn't even have to pay attention to the first day of school. Like I know my son starts college soon. I don't know what date that is because he's an adult. That's 100% up to him. I'm in a different season, okay? So when you have other requirements that do take priority over business, if it's business at that point, then you need to focus on that. So there's nothing wrong with that. Millicent says pro-tasking is real. I will pick another task to procrastinate the worth. Listen, sometimes I get my best work done when I'm procrastinating, Millicent. Like, I never wash down my cabinets in my kitchen unless I'm procrastinating doing the laundry or procrastinating paying a bill. All of a sudden, I need to reorganize the drawers in my kitchen and give them a total wipe down because it's time to pay the house insurance. It takes 5 seconds to pay the house insurance, but I will put it off with 2 weeks worth of tasks because I hate it so much. Oh yeah, do not whatnot while driving. Never whatnot while driving. Thank you for coming in. Hold on. That's ADHA. We all have it. Wait, what's ADHA? Attention deficit habit. I don't know. What's that one? House O'Duke says scrubbed on the grout lines in my kitchen with barkeeper's friend. Yep. If I'm trying to put something off, that one will do it. Well, so I don't call anything ADHD. I might have ADH, but I don't have the D because I'm still functioning. ADHD is for people where that actually becomes a problem. Like, it's actually a good thing for me. I get a lot of stuff done. I do meet my deadlines. ADHD is when it gets to the point where it's actually just, and that's why you got to pay attention to those D's at the end of those acronym things, right? Like OCD. You can have OC. That's a good thing. OCD is not the good thing. So you got to be careful about that. And I always try to respect that, because people who actually have the D at the end, it's like it's not a funny thing, right? It's not something that they're like, "Oh yeah, I have so much ADHD." Like, it's life destroying. So I try to be very respectful of that, not to shame anyone, but I'm just saying I have the ADH, I have all sorts of things. I just don't have much of the D. I almost did with my hoarding though. What's the hoarding one? HOAD? Hoarder disordering. I don't know. Anyway, I'm squirreling. I'm squirreling. I'm gonna take a drink. You guys share your shows. I'm like getting heated. Mary Maid, I have people in my life who have the D, and I very much try to respect that, because it's not, they don't find it funny. They don't find, like, a lot of us think it's relatable, like, oh, we all have that. And they're like, no, you don't. It's very different. You would not be laughing about it. You would not be sharing it with people as easily as you are if you actually had it, because it's actually life destroying. So that's why I try to respect it, because there are different levels. Yeah, you can absolutely be obsessive compulsive. Obsessive compulsive disorder is different. Max, I know. The D can mean so many things to so many different people. It's kind of a Rorschach test, isn't it? Molly Young Artist says, my son had severe OCD when young, and it was horrible. That's why I try to respect it. It's a different thing right there. Vintage RX says, just come hang out in any of my shows. It's a social hour for me too. Rock Paper Salvage says, witchcraft and ghost hunting books tonight. Ooh, fun. Okay, Cherry says, yes, I just learned I have it without the last D. I get distracted, but I don't miss deadlines. See, there you go. There you go. Um, I know, Max. Oh, I know. That's why I'm laughing about it, because I Love D is I love discounts. I don't know what you guys think when you read I Love D. When I put I Love D, when we raid from an I Love Discounts show, I mean discounts, right? I mean Dalmatians. I mean dolls. I don't know what you mean. Shiny Penny says, I have the D, but when I was a kid, there was no going to the doctor for it. So I've never been diagnosed. Shiny Penny, I feel for you. I feel for you. It's never too late to get the diagnosis, though. It really isn't. There's so much help nowadays for adults who weren't diagnosed and didn't get the early treatment or early therapies. So I think it's worth it. Millicent says, just because you have learned a workaround to overcome, it doesn't mean you don't have it. Be gentle with yourselves. Absolutely. And like I said, it's never too late to get that diagnosis and get that treatment and get the tools. It's like my hearing aids. Like, I wish I would have gotten them earlier. Had I gotten my hearing aids like 10 years earlier, it would have been so much easier for me to adjust to them. I had to have, like, my audiologist had to teach me all new tools on how to train my brain to listen with my ears instead of my eyes. So it's never too late, though. I did get the treatment, I did get the diagnosis, and I got those tools, and it's helped a lot. Okay, here we go. So, Catches by Kathy, thank you for having that chat show. Thank you so much for teaching about giving time to tasks that are revenue generating. If you want to consider yourself a business, you have to be doing 90% revenue generating, 10% non revenue that leads to revenue generating. Does that make sense? If you're doing 10% revenue generating tasks and 90% hopefully revenue, like chatting in a show or, following someone, those might possibly eventually lead to the revenue generating tasks. But if you're doing 10% live and then 90% like little fun things on the side, it's not a business. It's not making a business, right? Mary, get them now. My recommendation to you, the sooner the better. The sooner the better. Okay. Oh, I don't have a call out name for this one. It was someone, I mean, I do, but I'm not going to give it because it was in somebody else's show and it was somebody chatting in that show. And the chatter said, a commenter Oh, so this person said, I've noticed since the new shipping, lots of sellers are doing $3 versus $1 in order to cover shipping supplies. I just thought that was an interesting thing to point out. There's a reason why the Dollar Tree is $1.25 now, right? Low starts is still low starts. You can still benefit from doing low starts even if you can't do dollar starts. So I just wanted to point that out there. I thought it was very interesting that that comment was brought up. Now we are going to talk about dollar starts later in the show. So if you disagree with that, I get it. We're going to talk about it. Um, Thank you, Sabaloo. Just to repeat what Sabaloo said, please don't ask to promote. I invite when I want you guys to promote. And I do try to invite you guys to promote several times during a show. The 5 quarters store, exactly, Millicents. The old lady's attic says, I just woke up and I'm listening to you with my eyes closed. Love that you are reading names and comments out loud. Never realized how important it is. The old lady's attic, I do that for accessibility because there are people who struggle reading. So I try to make sure that I always do that for you guys. Hold on, someone gave me a red chat. Nacho, you can. Chances are I'm going to talk about it. So you might want to wait till I talk about that subject. And then I'm going to talk about shipping today. You know, I don't often talk about shipping, but I'm going to. And I'm betting if you're furious, it's something I'm going to be talking about. Okay, somebody tag, if you feel like it, Miss Emily's Antiques. MISSEMM. There's 2 M's in Emily, which Emily, if you're listening, I would change that. You're not listening. But somebody tag, all one word, no underscores, MISSEMMILY, Miss Emily Antiques. So thank you so much for purchasing. So Miss Emily Antiques, thank you, Sabaloo. She's down there. Listen, if you guys want to do a good deed today, go follow Miss Emily's Antiques. Just click on her name and give her a follow. She's a brand new seller, brand spanking new. She did her first show ever this last week. She had some issues. There were some glitches. If any of you know how nerve-wracking it is to have your first show, and then if you know how bad it is when you have glitches, I know how awful it is when you have glitches. When your system isn't working right, it can cause lots of emotions, and you're already emotional because you're trying to be live on camera. So if you guys want to do a good deed, go follow her. But I wanted to shout her out for this reason, not just because it was her first show and she had problems. Thank you, Catches by Kathy, for purchasing the notes. It was her first show and she had issues. Listen up. Instead of ending her show early, she called for help. She called in her husband, her daughter, family members came in. Now, we don't all have that. We don't all have that. She had that. She called in. She made sure she had backup. She called them in. They all rushed in. They all started trying to figure it out. It took them some time. But they were figuring it out. She stayed live. She stuck with it, and she sold stuff. She had a great setup too. The only reason I think people stayed in that room was, 1, it's her first show, so it's auto promoted by Whatnot. But 2, she had all of her items on a beautiful shelf so people could see what she was selling. She had listings in the show so people could look at those while they were waiting for the things to get fixed. Like, she had everything else set up for success. When you do as much as you can to set yourself up for success, it's easier to overcome those hurdles and those problems that happen when you're live. So I wanted to shout her out to say, bravo, congratulations on a first show where you did a lot of things right to overcome the things that went wrong. So very proud of her for that. Okay, can someone tag Grand Millennial Junebug, all one word? And by the way, I forgot how to spell millennial. It's with an I, M-I-L-L. Grand, all one word, no underscores, Grand Millennial Junebug. And Grand Millennial, if you're in here, just say hi in the chat and tell us. There it is. Sabaloo tagged her. There she is. We've got her in the chat. Grand Millennial Junebug. I got to meet her in person. Gorgeous. Gorgeous, by the way. I got to meet her in person at an auction this last weekend. She has fabulous eyelashes. You guys should watch her shows just to look at her eyelashes. But she and her daughter were at this auction and they were buying items, and they were buying large items. So when she told me she was a fellow Whatnot seller, I looked at her bag and I gave her the side eye because I'm like, I know what those items are going to do to your shipping on Whatnot. So I asked her what I had to ask her. So I just have to ask you, do you do max shipping? Do you guys want to guess what she said? Grand Millennial, you can tell me what you said. When someone asks you if you do max shipping, what do you say? She was very strong on that answer. It wasn't like a no, I've been thinking maybe I should. She was like, no, no, I do not do max or discounted shipping. And I was like, do you do dollars? She's like, nope. I I sell what I know I've got at what I know it's worth at what I know it needs to ship at. And she's making it. Yeah, definitely not now, right? Not with the shipping that has changed now. We're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about it. Anyway, I wanted to shout her out because I know a lot of you guys, I talk a lot about dollar starts. I talk about a lot about free and discounted shipping. I always love to point out sellers who don't do those things because I think oftentimes we get caught up in this mentality that you can't succeed on whatnot unless you do dollar starts and free or discounted shipping. And that's just simply not true. Are there benefits to doing free or max shipping? Yes. Are there benefits to doing dollar starts or low starts? Yes. Is that necessary for success? No, it's not. I encourage 2-second sudden death auctions. Stay home to shop. Stay home. Just kidding. There are sellers on here that do make that work, though. Those beauty sellers that don't even talk, they just like show stuff and sell it. Uh, Mer, hold on. Miranda's shelf stories. Miranda, I recommend some underscores just because that's a lot to try to get the brain to connect. I had to do it with my name for the same reason. Miranda's shelf stories says that's encouraging. I keep thinking I'm falling behind, not doing low starts. I was going to try it today. I'm just still unsure. Hey, I'm never going to tell you not to do low starts, and I'm never going to tell you not to try them. And I'm never going to tell you you have to do them. What I am going to tell you is that there are things you can do to boost your success on whatnot, to increase your buyer pool. There's all sorts of different things you can do, from giveaways to low starts to free shipping. Now, you'll notice, I will point this out. Look at the big sellers that you envy the most, like the biggest sellers in your category. And I'm willing to bet that they are using the most of these tools. They are almost always doing giveaways. They are almost always doing max shipping. They are almost always doing low to dollar starts. They are almost always, what's the other one? Promote. Like, I've seen the big sellers pay to promote. Like, there's all these things that you can do. And the big sellers are using a lot of them. Now, does that mean you have to? No, it doesn't. But do those tools work? Yes, they do. But listen, I could tell you all day that you could lose weight by eating at a calorie deficit and going to the gym and working out a minimum of 30 minutes every day. Does that mean you're going to do it? And does that mean that you have to do it in order to have a nice life? No, you could still listen. I got my pudge and I live a very nice life. I'm a very happy person. But if my goal was to have abs, there would be certain things I would need to do to get those abs. So the advice I give is always based on the goals you have, right? So, but I just want to point that out. I like to call out sellers who are not doing free or max shipping and not doing dollar or low starts so that you can watch them and say, oh, okay, what are things that I can learn from these people and how they're selling? If you don't want to do dollar starts, stop watching dollar start sellers, because you're always going to get frustrated that your stuff doesn't sell as much, that your stuff doesn't go as fast, that your stuff doesn't get bid up, right? If you don't want to do low starts and free shipping, start watching the shows that don't do that do the higher starts and the full price shipping so that you can learn from them, okay? Now, if you like buying from the low start max shipping sellers, that might be something you need to think about. But if that's where you prefer to be because that's where you prefer to buy, you just need to stay realistic and say, is that how I want to sell? And am I learning from the right sellers based on what my goals are, right? The Cozy Old Farmhouse says, I'm in this category too, and I don't do a show every single week, doing okay for what I want it to be. That's important right there, that line. Hold on. The Cozy Old Farmhouse says, I'm doing okay for what I want it to be. And we're going to talk about that when we talk about what I've been doing lately, because I have been changing what you guys saw me do recently this year. I'm changing that. And it's specifically, it is not in order to get more buyers. It's not in order to make more money. It's in order to shift my business to the way that I want it to be versus what I needed it to be at the beginning of this year. So we're going to talk about that later on. All right. Everybody share your shows. Share your shows while I share mine. You guys, this week, can you explain what that is? Oh, later. Yeah. Yes, absolutely, Serial. Okay. Oh, the Serial Hobbyist. By the way, I loved seeing your painting in the background of Zoe Treasure's show this morning. That was fun. All right, share your shows because I'm going to tell you about what I'm doing this week. This week, I have a lot going on. My mom's coming today. I have a ton of orders to ship from over the weekend. We're going to talk about why later. I have to revamp some major things in my house. So I'm taking a work vacation so that I can handle back end work stuff. So it's not a vacation, it's a for work vacation, right? You know what I'm talking about? So I am doing one and done. One and done is where I run one item for $1 with $4 max shipping. And I only sell one item. You have to show up on time. So if you want to see what I mean by that, if you want to watch me do a one and done, if you've heard me talk about it, please bookmark my two shows, Tuesday and Wednesday, that are coming this week. Bookmark them, and you have to show up on time. The shows only last for 5 minutes max. Like I go live, we chat a little bit, I show the item, I run the item, and then I say goodbye and we raid into someone because I've got stuff to do. Okay. So definitely come and check those shows out. And then I'm very excited about this one. On the 13th, I'm participating in a Scary Stories raid train. You guys know I love Halloween. So I'm very excited about that raid train. Pardon me. And then we're going to be back on Friday with estate sales. You might notice I only have one estate sale show scheduled this week. At least I should. Tell me if I'm wrong. I am not going to be guaranteeing Saturday estate sale shows anymore, and we will talk about it later on today. I thought you had a minimum 1 hour show. Jackie, you could do a 10-second show. No, you do not have to do a minimum for an hour show. I do these one and done shows. It's literally 5 minutes. That's all I do. Do people allow you to sell at their estate sales? Yes, they do. They love me, by the way. I have two that know me by name now. After only 3 weeks, I have two estate sale companies that know me by name. They look for me. They love what I'm doing because what I'm doing is when I go in, I am not one buyer. I am 30 buyers, right? There's 30 people in my room. I am 30 buyers, and I only take up the space of one person. So they love me. They think it's great. Living Bliss Vintage, hello! When is your next show, Shy? Living Bliss Vintage, sorry guys. Living Bliss Vintage is someone who definitely helped me grow on this app, and she has a show. Talk about chat shows. Living Bliss Vintage is doing a Let's Talk Vendoo, level up your resale game. So if you guys are interested in learning how to use Vendoo, which is a tool that allows you to cross list on multiple platforms, go check out Living Bliss Vintage and watch her show tonight. Miranda's Shelf Story says, do you set your phone at your chest like Modern Roots? No, I don't. Eventually I will if and only if the estate sales continue to grow for me. If they stay at the level that they're at, I mean, I may or may not, it just depends on how much money I have just floating around that's not going to something. I really thought I had read that 4 months ago. Now, Jack, is it Jack I? Jack I Go Vintage. I would recommend that if you're going to do shows, like if you're trying to go live and you're trying to find success on Whatnot, I recommend trying to stay live longer than an hour because oftentimes people cut themselves too short. They're live for 20 minutes and they're like, nobody came in, nobody bought from me. I guess I'll just end my show. In that situation, I recommend you try to go for 2 hours, even if you're in there talking to yourself like crickets. Because in the timeline of 2 hours, you run through all your items and you're like, well, I ran through all 30 items I had listed and it's only been 20 minutes. Run them again. because in that next 20 minutes, you're going to have all new people jumping in and out of your show, right? Run your items through at least 3 times before you end a show. Try to stay live for as close to 2 hours as you can. You're going to be shocked at how many times people are going to they're going to come in, they're going to pop back out because they're going to a favorite show. And then they're going to be like, oh, this person's still live. They're going to jump back in. And then finally, after the 3rd time you've shown an item, they're like, you know what? I actually do want that item. I'm going to bid on it. Right? Jack I Go Vinci says, that's what I did 2 times. It helped a little bit. Now, listen, help a little bit helps a lot. Now, if it doesn't change after months of being consistent with it, then you can readjust. But you gotta it's kind of like, again, going to that gym theory. If I go to the gym today and I eat a salad today and I don't lose 5 pounds tomorrow, does that mean that doesn't work? You have to be consistent. You have to go to the gym every day. You have to eat the salad every day. You have to go live consistently and be able to run things and either constantly improving or at least consistent at the base level you're at in order to judge whether something works or not. Miranda, I know. I do too. I do too. And I mean, honestly, if I haven't lost 5 pounds by 5 p.m., I'm breaking out the ice cream. Okay, sorry, Sabaloo, I'm looking. What did I miss? The serial hobbyist says also, if you have bookmarks on items, let them sit a second when pinned. Then people who bookmarked it will come in. Yes, if something is bookmarked or pre-bid on, pin it, talk about it, and then run it. Always, always give that time because the notifications take a while to get to people. Yes, all of you saying don't wait, start your shows instantly. Listen, I have an intro. When I start my show, I have an intro. Sometimes I have to rearrange my lights. Sometimes I'm not 100% ready, but I have an intro that I do and I try to get to it and get through it as fast as I can because I know I need to start running items as fast as I can. So my intro is literally like whatever time, like I start my show. Hey everyone, welcome in. We're doing this. I just got to get a couple of lights adjusted. All right, here we go. And I tell everyone to share your shows while I'm getting set up here. And I try to get it done as fast as possible. If my lights are already set up, then I can just instantly start, right? I give people about a minute to trickle in and I just talk to them. I'm like, come on in, share your shows, everyone, read your show notes. We've got some things going on. Then I start my intro, and this is literally my intro. Hey everyone, welcome to the Janky Basement. I'm Liz from What Liz Likes. Today we're doing vintage decor. I've got some really good items sprinkled in with some really cute miniatures. I hope that you guys like what we're going to sell today. Do check out the store. There are some pre-listed items. Go ahead and share your shows still while I'm chatting. But as soon as we start selling stuff, I would ask you to not promote anymore because that's our selling time and we want to honor our buyer. There's like 2 other sentences that I add to that. I call out my moderators, I point at the show notes one more time, and then I get going. I used to never use show notes until I was like, my intro's too long. I need to shorten it. It's much faster to say, check the show notes than to say everything you need to say. Then I start selling. You have to start selling your items, right? Grand Millennial Junebug says, y'all listen to her. She has all the facts, consistent with everything and improving. I love this. Thank you, Grand Millennial. We're BFFs already. Let's see. Oh, my chat fell way behind. Hold on. Yes, there's a lot of sellers that will wait until they get enough viewers in their room before they start selling. Don't do that. Don't do that. If you've chosen to do all dollar starts and you're like, I don't want to run my items until there's enough people in the room, don't do dollar starts. If you can't start your show right away doing dollar starts, don't do dollar starts. Do $5 starts. And then as people come into your room, start adjusting that and say, oh my gosh, we got 30 people in here. Let's run something for $1. If it works, keep running it at $1. But if you feel like you mentally cannot start your show until you have 10 people in there, your prices are wrong. You need to fix them until you can adjust your emotions to fit that. Because the longer you wait, the longer people wait to come in. People can listen, if I go into a show and I see you waiting and I'm there and I have money and you don't want to start your show because there's not enough people in the room, guess what I'm going to do? Guess what you just guaranteed? I'm leaving because there are other people who will value the fact that I'm in their room with my money and they will run their items. So when you wait for an audience, you are going to lose a lot of audience. The people that stay in typically aren't buying from you. They're just there to support you. And that's great. And that's wonderful. But you're going to lose the buyers when you wait for the viewers. Does that make sense to everyone? It seems counterintuitive, but it's not. If you don't feel confident enough to start your items with one person in your room, your pricing is wrong and you need to fix it, or your emotions are wrong and you need to fix it. Okay? Um, yes. Yes, when you do a show, the show notes that I have in here, the only reason they're in there is because they were the last show notes I used. So it was just quick to. So if you want an example, I pulled them in only for an example of what I use in my estate sale shows. Uh, More Kathleen says, I had my show pre-listed with pre-bids. I went live and had problems where the show was froze. Finally had to end the show, create new show, lost all my pre-bids. Were you not able to run the pre-bids, More Kathleen? You probably get called Mork a lot, don't you? Do you want me to call you Kathleen? Kathleen, were you not even able to run the pre-bids, or were you just scared to run the pre-bids because people couldn't see items? That's a tough one. That's a real tough one when glitches cause issues. What I would do, does anybody know, has anybody had a show with pre-bids where they restarted the show? If you restart, do you keep the pre-bids or do you lose them? Wicked Wandora says, I'm always torn when to run the pre-bids, when I start or wait a bit. Wicked Wandora, there's two theories on that. You lose the pre-bids if you restart a show. Shiny Penny, okay, you lose them. Okay, so that wouldn't have worked. Too bad. They really should keep pre-bids for restarting because that's the whole point of being able to restart. Something accidental, like nothing else changed the contract. It was just an accidental inability to sell. I think they should lose the pre-bids only if they restart the show past, I don't know, 5, 6 hours. Okay, hold on. The question's about when to run your pre-bids. So some people think you should only run your pre-bids at the end of your show because that increases the viewership and the people that have the opportunity to put the pre-bid in. As a buyer, my advice, and this is only from the buyer viewpoint, if I come into your show when you're live, not before you're live, this does not count for pre-bids that happened before you went live. But if I'm in a show and I put a pre-bid in, if you run that pre-bid while I'm still in the show, I'm going to bid past my pre-bid. My pre-bid is the smart Liz. My pre-bid is the morning Liz. The I'm going to eat right and exercise Liz, right? While I'm in the show and people start bidding on the item that I want, I'm PM Liz. I'm eating the ice cream and I'm shoving cookies in my face because I want it and I want that item. I will outbid my pre-bid if I'm in the room. If you wait to the end of the show, the only reason I put pre-bids in is because I can't stay in a show. So if I put a pre-bid in and you wait to the end of the show to run it, whatever my pre-bid is my max. So you're actually blocking my extra bids by waiting. But that's just my viewpoint as a buyer. Like I'm actually grateful if you don't run it till the end because then I save some money because somebody always outbids me. Not always, but most of the time. The Cozy Door says, so if someone pre-bids before a show, is it okay to go ahead and run it or better to wait until the show starts? If the pre-bids are done before the show, I would wait to the end of the show because you do want people that are in your live to see it. And if they put the pre-bid in before you went live, they might not even be in your show, right? Also, sometimes people want you to run the pre-bid as early as possible. They want the pre-bids before the viewership goes up. You are in full control of that. Listen, there's reasons to run the pre-bids early. You get an instant sale right away, right? There's reasons to run the pre-bids in the middle. Gives time for people to look at them. There's reasons to run pre-bids at the end. You maximize the viewership on those items. So there's reasons for doing it at any point. The whole point is you as the seller should know why you allowed pre-bids in the first place, what your show lineup is, right? Do you line up your items based on, I want to do a big one, a little one, a big one, a little one? Do you like to start with a banger and end with a banger? Then it doesn't matter what's pre-bid. What matters is when you run what item. Like, so if I have a tall swung glass vase that I have for $1 and I've got pre-bids on it, I don't look at the pre-bids. I ask myself, when was I planning to run it? Was it going to be a show opener? Was it going to be a show ender? Was it going to be 3/4 of the way through to keep everyone going, but also let the show fizzle out? Like, you should be, as the seller, you should be structuring how you sell what you sell. If you're doing pre-bids, if you're doing pre-listings, you should be organizing that show based on methodologies of how to sell, right? If you sell all your bangers at the beginning, who's going to stick around for the small stuff, right? If you do too much small stuff at the beginning, you might lose your viewers because they're like, she's never going to get to the bangers. So there's usually, like, when you're reading a book, do you want one climax or do you want little, like, tension moments? Oh, deadlines, little mini and then you get to the ultimate maximum, and then you have like there's structure to these things. So your pre-bids should not be based on that. Now, if you happen to have two bangers and one of them just got a pre-bid, got two pre-bids, you know you have two buyers guaranteed in the room. The pre-bids happened after you went live and you got two of them on a banger, but that banger was set for the end. You could switch the banger at the beginning with the banger at the end and run that one because you know you have two active live bidders in your room. That's up to you. You get to control that. But don't run a pre-bid just because people ask for that. Nurse gone crazy. I'm not reading that red chat. Okay, I'm scrolling up to see what Nacho Cheesin said. Nacho Cheesin says, next time try a hard closeout of the show, like hard close, reopen it, and usually fixes and picks right back at. Oh, can you keep your pre-bids if it's just a quick close and restart? Has anybody done that and kept a pre-bid? Because with that, you don't even have to restart it. You just like, you don't raid and you don't end the show with the arrow. You just open up all your tabs and swipe that one out, like close it, hard close it. And then when you go on Whatnot, you should still be live and you just tap on it. Do you guys know if you keep pre-bids when you do that? The Cozy Old Farmhouse, that is a lot of thinking on the fly, but so is live selling. Live selling is a lot of thinking on the fly. It does work. Okay. Okay, so there you go. Next time you're glitching and you have pre-bids, hard close your app and then try to open it up ASAP. If you know what the glitches are, try to fix those first. You got like 5 minutes, right? 5 minutes to hard close and then jump back in. So switch your Wi-Fi if you have to, turn your data on and off if you have to, whatever you can do in 5 minutes and see if it works. Okay. Was that all of our call outs? That was. Okay, we're going to talk a little bit about shipping. And you guys know I don't usually talk about shipping, but there's some things we need to talk about. So first, let's talk about Whatnot sellers. Can someone tag Whatnot sellers for the new people that don't know about them? Whatnot, the company, actually has its own chat show. And it's the username on Whatnot is Whatnot Sellers. All one word, I believe. Is it all one word? Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Anyway, Whatnot Sellers comes on. Now they've been doing them like at least once a week, and I'm loving it. Before that, it was like what, once a month? Do you guys remember? I feel like my phone keeps glitching. Hold on. I'm going to do a hard restart on my app. I'm going to freeze for a little bit. I'll be right back. Glitching. All of this chat was just completely gone. Why is it doing that? Thank you, Sabaloo. Sabaloo tagged Whatnot Sellers. So if you need to, scroll up a little bit, click on Whatnot Sellers and follow them and bookmark their shows. So Whatnot Sellers does a chat show. It's back, right? Did I fix it? I had to hard close it. They're doing new seller education 3 times a week. Okay. So Whatnot Sellers, they used to do a community partnership. I always get the name of it wrong, but they used to have, they used to partner with people like The Archivist and Living Bliss Vintage and the Sassy Vintage Chick. Like, they partnered with a lot of sellers on here to like say, hey, you're doing a chat show. Can we give you information to share on your chat shows? They've since dissolved that program, I've heard, and now they're going to do their own chat shows much more frequently. And I have to say, I really like it. I like it because it puts the onus on Whatnot to give that information properly. It removes confusion. It does allow them to control the narrative, but that's the whole point of business communication, is for them to control the narrative, right? So and you're getting it straight from them, so you can actually hold them accountable for what they said. And I kept asking, listen, I want to apologize to Whatnot, because I have been known to say that in the Whatnot sellers chat shows, they only answer the questions they want to. I do still think that's kind of true. But I want to say thank you to Craig for actually answering a question that I've asked a lot since the shipping changes. And he could have just continued to ignore me. I don't know that he ever ignored me. There's a lot of questions being asked. It's very easy for them to not be able to get to all of them. So that's just my conspiracy theory. I don't have my tinfoil hat, but I have my conspiracy theories. Anyway, Craig did answer me. So I asked Craig specifically, is Whatnot going to do anything about the dimensional shipping issues? Because right now we cannot charge our customers for dimensional shipping without removing the bundling feature. I'm going to repeat that. And if you don't understand what it means, I'm not going to explain it. Right now, there is no way to accurately charge customers for dimensional shipping without deactivating the ability to bundle. Meaning, if you create a custom shipping profile that takes dimension into account, it will not bundle with other shipping profiles. So you would need to sell only the same size items in order to get that to work and to bundle. Does that make sense to everyone? I hope it does, because that's all I'm going to say on that. This is what Craig said. He finally answered that question, and he said, it's coming. So I just want to let you guys know, Whatnot is aware of it. They do know that there are issues with the dimension right now with the new shipping changes. They say, now, it's coming is different than we're working on it. So that leads me to believe that down the road, they actually have something that has a deadline that is coming. Size definitely matters on Whatnot, Stay Home to Shop. It definitely matters on here. They did not give a date. So that could mean anything from it's coming next year to it's coming in the year 3000. We don't know. We don't know. We don't know. Okay. But they say it's coming. So that makes me a little more hopeful than we're working on it. Now let's talk about those dimension issues. If you're new to Whatnot, congratulations. You don't know how good we had it. You have nothing to miss. You actually have an advantage over us. If you're coming into the app having never experienced the 821 shipping or the 20-pound glitch, or the 1 to 5 is like no adjust, like 0 ounces to 15 ounces, no adjustments. If you've never experienced that, don't ask about it. You don't want to know. Enjoy the ignorance, because it really hurts to have these changes. It really does. Okay, so let's talk about what I'm talking about. First off, once upon a time, if let's say you told Whatnot that this item weighs 7 ounces, and you told Whatnot that this item weighed 2 ounces. When you go to do your shipping, Whatnot says this should weigh 9 ounces in a box. And you're like, oh, you know what? I wasn't taking into account that this is fragile and this isn't. And now I have to add a box in a box. So the weight is actually much higher than 9. It's 15 ounces. But that's still under a pound. You didn't have to pay anything as a seller for that adjustment. You would just switch 9 ounces to 15 ounces and you would be fine. Not so anymore. Now you have to pay for those incremental. There's brackets. I'll give you the brackets, even though you can find them yourself on help.whatnot.com. So now, if you told Whatnot it weighs 4 ounces, anything from 0 to 4, no adjustment. From 4 to above 4, there's an adjustment. From 4 to 8, there's no adjustment. But once you go over 8, there's an adjustment. 8 to 12, no adjustment. Once you go over 12, there's an adjustment. Okay. So now there are these teeny, and it's like 30 cents here, 50 cents there. But when you're selling an item for $1 and all you're making on it is like 42 cents, and then there's an ounce adjustment and that wipes out that 40 cents, it makes a difference to the seller. It's hurting in a lot of ways. Now, granted, that's by the box, not by the item. So if I sell a bunch of jewelry at $1 and at $1 start, and a lot of it sells for $1, I'm going to keep most of that. But those weight overages do affect when you're doing low starts. Okay. So the changes between these brackets will incur charges. And those charges will use up your adjustments. You guys know about the 5 free adjustments. So if I go from 4 ounces to 12 ounces, there's going to be a charge. Now, if I have my 5 free adjustments, it will be covered. That charge will be covered. But here's the thing. I don't want 50 cents covered in my free adjustment. I want the free adjustment for the rare time that I have to pay $5, right? Like there's a $5 bump. The only way that you can decide what gets used up for a free adjustment is every time you have a package, and it gets judged by the show. So the more you sell in a show, it's usually only for that one show. When you have adjustments, I've always told you guys, as soon as it asks a charge, even if it's covered by one of your free adjustments, I don't save it. I do not save that. I write the charge, I write the weight and the dimensions and the username on that box, and then I set it aside. And then I continue to go about my shipments. And every time there's a fee adjustment, I write the username, the charge to me, even if it's covered by a free adjustment, how much it would charge. I do the username, the charge, the weight, and the dimensions, and I set it aside. And then after I've done all of my no charge shipments, I go to those packages. Which one is the highest one? Now, granted, these are only ones that are covered by the free adjustments. There's not very many things that are covered by free adjustments anymore, just FYI. So there is going to be the cheaper amounts that are going to be covered. Those big jumps are not covered anyway, so there's no point in waiting to print those packing labels. Does that make sense? But at the end, anything that would be covered by adjustment, I then prioritize based on price. So whichever one is the highest is the one I put in first. Okay. And that way, by the time I run out of my adjustments, I should just be down to those 35, 50 cents things. Okay. All right. So you do have to be more careful with your weights because you are charged for those small adjustments now. Now, real quick, we're going to talk about wait, hold on. Nacho Cheesin says, okay, here we go. Nacho Cheesin's been waiting to say this. This was a copy and paste, I bet. They've been waiting to get this in there. USPS charged me extra $4 for shipping because my package was 16 ounces instead of my label claimed 19 ounces, properly packaged. Hold on. USPS charged you because your package was lighter than the label said? Nacho Cheesin, did you go into an office and talk to the head guy at the office and ask him why they were doing that? You should not be charged because your package says it's heavier than it is. The only way I can see that happening, Nacho Cheesin, is if it was over the 5-pound mark. Oh, that's a good question. Nacho Cheesin, was it a priority label or a ground label? Or was it bigger than 12 by 12 by 12 too? But she's saying that they said it was because of the weight, not the priority and priority. I packaged properly. I'm very good at shipping. Okay, so we're going to assume that all things are correct. Who told you owed the money? Was it the customer or was it the postman at the counter? You guys, this is breaking news. We've got to find out what's going on with Nacho Cheesin. Yeah, stay home to shop. There's a lot of postal people that don't like Whatnot, so or don't like the Whatnot shipping stuff. Whatnot in my charges, and they covered it. I will screenshot it. My mouth fell open. Okay, as long as they covered it, you're good. Listen, as long as Whatnot covered it, you're good. If it counts against you, then I would repeal. I would. Is it repeal? It's not repeal. I would refute it with trust and safety and trust and safety at whatnot.com and seller support at whatnot.com. I know, Ophelia. I always start craving nachos when she comes in here. My YouTube name is at what Liz likes 4040. No spaces. Stay Home to Shop says there's a $20 non-compliance fee if your weight or measurement is inaccurate. $4 is a bargain. Okay, so Stay Home to Shop. Here's the question. We're going to talk about this as well. Here's my question. I always bump it up. So if my weight is like 14.8 ounces, I usually put in 16 ounces. If my dimensions are 15 and a half by 17 and 3/4 by 20, I put in 16 by 18 by 21. Like unless it's going to make a huge difference, I always bump it up a little. Are they going to charge you $20 for bumping it up a little bit? The only time I adjust the 12 by 12 by 12 in the shipping labels is if any of my dimensions, even if it's under the 1728, if any of my dimensions are outside of 12 inches, like if it's like, say it's a 16 by 10 by 10, you guys know that's my favorite box size. If it's 16 by 10 by 10, that's well under, that's actually less than 1728. So I put in 16 by 10 by 10 only because like I don't have to, but I do that because if I get a postal employee that doesn't understand Whatnot, and if Whatnot changes their rules and I'm not aware of it, and that happens a lot. Whatnot changes things and we are unaware of it until we experience it. So it just makes me feel better to know that if they say it's 12 by 12 by 12, any dimension that is over a 12, I put the whole thing in just to cover my butt. But like if my box size is 6 by 6 by 6, do I adjust it? No, I don't. And there's people that disagree with that. There's people that say it has something to do with the cargo space. Okay. Until someone can prove that to me, I don't. Sorry. Let's see. I know I missed a bunch of stuff. Ophelia's Fine says, I thought it was only if you used priority boxes and it was ground, you'd get charged 20. Yes, Ophelia's, there are specific rules for the $20 charge. The length times width by height aren't on the box. How can I check that out? With a ruler. With a ruler. Do I have a ruler? I have like 50 rulers near me. Any box that's not written on, I measure it. That's why I'm saying, like, sometimes, and be sure with your boxes that you know whether it's an inside dimension or an outside dimension. You'll notice on the priority boxes, do I have one near me? I do. Let me see if I can reach it without spilling a bunch of stuff. Probably not. Oh, wait, let me grab one of these. Does it say on the flat rates? I don't know if it says on the flat rates. Anyway, the USPS boxes should give you both. Priority gives you inside dimensions and outside dimensions. Now notice outside 7 by 7 by 6. Outside is actually 7 1/4, 7 1/4, 6 1/2. So make sure that when you're measuring, or that when your boxes are printed, that you know for certain that that's an outside dimension and not an inside dimension. Peter and Heidi finds, I find if I put, let's say, 7 by 7 by 6, when I click save, it says 6 1/2. On Whatnot, you might be scrolling something with your finger before you hit save. I'm always very careful. If I change anything in a box on the shipping, when you're editing for your shipping label, if I change anything in a box, I click outside of the box before I scroll or do anything else. Because if you've just changed a number in a box and you scroll down, you're scrolling the number in that box that you just changed. So you got to be careful with that. Okay, sorry. I'm going to scroll up and see if I missed any questions. DArchivist says measurements are usually on the bottom of the box, which is an outside dimension, if it's an actual shipping box. Absolutely. If it's like a grocery store box, you should always check your dimensions. Penny and Benny, on the shipping label, like on your shipping label is the weight only, okay? But embedded in here is all the information you gave Whatnot. The postal employees at the post office do not look at this. They don't look at that. Their computer tells them what to look at from here. So if you have a box that's like super long and they want to question it, their computer is going to tell them what size it should be. I might be wrong about that, but that's how I think it works. Where's my notes? That's how I think it works. The USPS, Stay Home to Shop says the USPS has added AI to detect weight and size inaccuracies too. Exactly. And the computer, again, that barcode is going to tell their computer what you told Whatnot to put on the label. Even if you can't read it on the label, it's in the label in there. Shiny Penny says, I change all my measurements just in case the package gets lost and they know what size package to look for. Yeah, if you're worried about that, do that. I can't, with the number of packages I ship out, I can't be that bothered. I have yet to lose a package, knock on wood. It does happen. It will happen to me eventually, but it does happen. Let's see. Tiny Roots. Liz, did you just sign up for a Created with Passion raid train? I'm working on it right now. Tiny Roots. Is it your raid train? Because I don't want to say. I was trying out the raidtrain.app, which if you guys don't know, raidtrain.app is something set up by ThriftWorks USA so that you guys can find trains and join trains or host trains. So I was going to sign up for a couple of handmade art raid trains and I backed out. So it probably looked like I was interested, but then you didn't see me on the sign up because I left instead of joining. I know, it was just that some people had the requirement that you stay active on the train for the whole train. Ain't nobody got time for that. Like, I love a raid train. I will pop in and out, but no, I refuse to sign up for raid trains where I can't meet the requirements because I think that's rude. I think it's rude. So even if it's just a suggestion, even if you're just like, we ask that you all try to stay on the raid train for the whole time. And I'm not saying that's what yours was. The other one had like a giveaway requirement. I also don't join those. So there's nothing. Listen, Tiny Roots, if there was any reason why I didn't join the train, it's not because it was a bad thing. It's just I am already a bad participant. Ask anyone who's let me be in one. Ask Sassy. Sassy's let me be in her train shows. I'm already a bad raid train participant as it is. Like I always get my titles wrong. I always get the dates wrong. I will ask questions that you're like, I've already answered that question 20 times. I'm the problem child in a raid train. So for me, when I read the details on a raid train, if it looks like it might cause me any issues at all, I just would rather not cause more problems. It's just me trying to be nice. It's like, listen, you do not need this mess in your raid train. So that's why. Let's see. Yeah, it's the time issue. Now, listen, there's a great raid train community. There is a fabulous raid train community. And they do and I don't think any raid train host expects people to be on 24/7. Not even the hosts can usually do that. But they do expect you to show up. But there are some that have very strict rules. I try to respect those rules. I'm not saying those rules are bad. I'm just saying I try to respect that. And so that's why I am careful about that. But that doesn't mean it's a bad raid train. In fact, some of those are the best raid trains. Who are the raid train community? I'm living life right. Are you in here? She's definitely part of the raid train community. Who in here would consider yourself part of the raid train community? Who here has built your business from raid trains and getting to know people through the raid trains and supporting raid trains. Like, if you would consider yourself in the raid train community, say me. So a reworker's passion. Like, I would say not me. Like I said, I'm a bad raid train participant. I'm flighty. I've even like I am now the reason I'm super careful about what I join is because I have backed out of raid trains. That's the worst thing you can do. Never back out of a raid train. It's so rude to everyone involved. Groovy by the Sea. Okay, Groovy by the Sea also says I'm part of the raid train community. Is it disrespectful to be on a train but still have another show during the train? Michelle, it depends on the raid train rules. And that's why I say I read through them. Some raid trains will say, we ask that you not have another show during the raid or during the raid train. And so then you need to decide, oh, well, is that going to make me miss my regular show? Because if so, I'm not going to participate in that one. And for you, and then for others, it's going to be like, yeah, I wasn't going to do a different show anyway. So that's an easy one for them to follow. The Lost Ledger. Lost Ledger is like, I do raid trains that support my category. And especially if you're in smaller categories, raid trains can be fabulous for finding your people. So raid trains, especially if you're in smaller categories, can be very, very valuable. Let's see. Millicent said, I saw where the herbal guy is on Jen's Perfect 10 raid train. That was fast. Oh, Millicent, he's got the people to pull it off, though. Michelle loves, oh, we already answered that. Let me just scroll through. So anyway, that's the raid train community. A reworker's passion says, I've been able to grow as a handmade creative by participating in cross-category raid trains. The networking is important. Absolutely. Absolutely. Rhonda here, what feelings do you want on titles and show photos? I mean, I have feelings, but they're so all over the place based on what you mean by that. Like, I will tell you, listen, this is going to be controversial and I'm going to hurt some feelings. Are you guys ready to have your feelings hurt? Have I not said anything rude today yet? Let me do it now. Let me take a sip first. I'm going to hurt some feelings. And I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry because this is how I feel. If this applies to you, do not take it personally. If you're succeeding, you don't need my opinions, okay? If life is working for you, Shiny Penny is like, pearls are clutched, bring it on, okay? If you are doing, I'm only saying this because I was looking for raid trains. It's been a long time since I went shopping for raid trains to participate in. I went shopping today. I went to raidtrain.app. I specifically was looking for the handmade category because I am specifically trying to shift my business more towards handmade. I am not going to be joining any raid trains for handmade artisans when the thumbnail looks, maybe it's not, but if it looks like it's AI generated, I'm not joining. I have feelings and opinions on AI being used in that category. I don't mind it anywhere else, honestly. I mean, I don't click on AI photo shows. I don't. It's just me. That's just me. You don't need me. I have my spending limit set anyway, so don't take that opinion. But in the art category, I take umbrage to AI being used in that category. I also won't purchase from handmade sellers who use AI to create their products. That's me as a handmade artist participant and a handmade artist buyer. Okay. I have spending limits set. I try when I do make my one purchase for the month, I try to either support someone who definitely deserves my support. And if I don't have anyone on that list, I go to the handmade art category because I do think that that's something that needs to be supported. And I'm very careful where I spend that one purchase of the month. Okay. Shauna's Treasures and Art, it does to me too. It just all fades into the background. Do you consider 3D printed handmade? I consider 3D printed a service. I do not consider it handmade unless the person creating it created their own designs. So if you purchase a dragon pattern and you print it on your machine, I consider that a service because I want that dragon. So I will buy it, but I do not consider that handmade. Now, If you have designed your own 3D printed stuff or personalized it in some way to make it original, I consider that handmade. It is a huge skill. It is a massive skill to be able to design for 3D printing. And I know that when you design it, you also deal with all the issues to make it perfect. So, am I willing to give you the money because you did the testing and you created it? Yes. Now, have I bought from 3D printed people that did not create their own designs? Yes, I did, but I also didn't consider them like, oh my gosh, you should follow this handmade artist. No, I say, you should go find this guy. He's producing the X, Y, and Z that some people want, right? Sassy, a lot of people are over the dragons. I'm not. I think the dragons are still cool, but that's also because I am too cheap to buy one. So they're still new to me. You have to check out Silver Rocks, not on Whatnot. I love discounts. Message me a link. I mean, I'll screenshot it. Where would I find them? Do I just Google them? You have I love discounts. You know I'm lazy. You have to tell me. Facebook, Instagram, where would I find them? Don't be giving me useless information. I'm hoping you're Tony. I'm talking to you like you're Tony. If you're Lysandra, I would say that much differently. Serial Hobbyist says, we've done both. Scanned in items like fairy lamps and swung vases. Your opinion, handmade. To me, that's not handmade. Now, Serial Hobbyist, I know the Crumbs. What's her name? She works with the Hodgepodge place. She hand paints those. So she scans them, she prints them, but then she hand paints them. To me, that's handmade because they're not going to look that way unless you've like she has to mix just the right colors to make it look like an imperial swung glass vase and get the colors right. Right? I found him on Facebook. He uses a lot of 3D printing in his art. Absolutely. I mean, serial hobbyists, listen, there is nothing wrong with providing a product. There is nothing wrong with providing a product. So if you're providing miniature vintage pieces, do it. But if you're not doing something that came from you, then why would you call it handmade? Now you could say it's hand fabricated, like I'm the one that printed it. You're the manufacturer, right? You're the manufacturer, but are you the designer? Are you the painter? Like, do you see what I'm saying? That's my opinion, though. That's my opinion. True. We stick with the artwork for handmade. There you go. That's what I would do. Would I sell both in the same show? Yes, I would. Absolutely. If you crush 3D printed items with a hammer and glue it on a canvas, then it's art. Peacock, I'm guessing you have some opinions on 3D art. I love 3D art. Listen, I adore 3D art. I think it's fabulous. I love seeing what people are doing with it. Those are just my opinions on how I would differentiate it. If I made a bookshelf from IKEA, it's not handmade. No, it is self-constructed. You put it together. You put it together, but it's not like you necessarily made it. Fancy Rain says, I hand make all my vegan leather handbags and accessories. I use some patterns for some. I guess I need to change my thumbnail. Now that I would say is different. When you do a 3D printing, you you put the pattern in and you push a button. And I'm sure there's more to it than that. I'm sure there's more to it than that. If I'm hurting feelings, I'm sorry. But sewing, if you're actually sewing from a pattern, your hands are guiding it under the machine. It's your skill that determines if you reverse stitch. You're the one that knows how to set the tension on your machine. Like there's so much more that goes into that. It's kind of like baking. Okay, I used a recipe. So is it not handmade? No, it's absolutely handmade. Your oven is different. Your pans are different. You might put in more vanilla than the recipe calls for, right? You might whip your sugar and butter for 5 minutes versus 1 minute, right? So that's what I'm saying. There's different levels of I made this. This could only exist because of me versus I I produced it, but so could Jill and so could Bob, you know? Like for instance, the handmade pen category. This will hurt some feelings. The handmade pen category. You guys know what I'm talking about? You purchase beads and then you stack them. Is that handmade? Technically, yes, because not every single one of them is going to be alike. And it is a person's vision on how they stack them and how they put them together. So, yes, that is technically, I would consider that handmade. Do I purchase from them myself? I don't, because I could easily go to Temu, purchase those exact same beads. I can use Google Lens, reverse search, find those items, purchase them, and stack them in that same order. So it doesn't necessarily require that person. Now, they might be the one that first designed that pattern. They're like, well, I'm the one that put the blue bead on the bottom first. Everybody else was using a green bead on the bottom, but I can still get the blue bead and put it on first, right? Handcrafted. There you go, natural state of high. Exactly. Handcrafted. It was built by hand. It wasn't necessarily made or designed by, it's those gray areas. It is what it is. No, we don't want to judge anyone. Call it what you want to, put it in the category where you want to. Just be aware that some people have feelings and opinions on those things. Like if I'm at a 3D printer show, I will ask them, did you design this? And it doesn't mean I'm not going to buy. It might depend on my willingness to pay a certain price point based on that. Zoe's T Mod. I'm getting a red chat asking if this is going to be on YouTube. I don't control that. Zoe's T Mod does. So it's up to him. If he ever doesn't want to, it won't be, and I won't feel bad about that. Stay Home to Shop says a lot of hand painted porcelain is a decal. Oh, hold on. A lot of hand painted porcelain is a decal put on a blank vase and made on an assembly line. I have some Delft that I wish I could reach from here, and I would show you that. Delft pottery, you have to be very careful because it will say hand painted, and maybe 1% of it is actually hand painted, and the rest of it is a decal from a hand painting. So, yes, you have to be careful with that. You clipped my ASMR. Listen, I'm still mad. There was D. Nobody made the clip of Joe Hollywood public on my profile. I feel like if I did something worth clipping, y'all should be posting it on my profile. The skill and maintenance of the machines looks like a pain. I am okay calling them handmade. Go for it, Looking Glass Treasures. I agree. That's a lot of babysitting you have to do. Okay. Back to the shipping. We took a long detour. I'm so sorry. Let's talk about dimension. Okay. You guys have probably already experienced this, so this is old hat. But first, let me say this. Who here, because of issues with being told your shipping is inaccurate, who here takes a photo of your pack? When you scan your labels, when you scan your shipping label, do you make sure that your box is on a scale and take a photo of the scale showing below it? If so, say me. Some people are doing that. I'm not doing it. I'm lazy. I'm not saying don't do that. The only thing I want to tell you guys, if you're concerned about your shipping, I need you to know something important. Your cell phones can affect your digital scale readout. This is why I usually put a little bit extra on my weights and stuff. And I try to make sure you have to keep your phone away from your digital scale. Otherwise, it can mess with it. Radios can mess with your digital scale. Did you know that? If you are playing a radio within 3 to 5 feet of your digital scale, if you have any wireless devices at all that are within 3 to 5 feet of a digital scale, it can give FYI. If you've ever noticed that your scale, when you take a package on and off, it gives you a different weight every time, you might think your batteries are low on your scale. It's probably your phone. Your phone is probably causing the issue. So just FYI, I learned this because I use scales accurate. I weigh in grams, okay? I have to be very, very accurate when I'm making soap. And I bought a new scale and everything because my scale kept having problems. Then after troubleshooting everything and still having some issues, there was like 6 months where I stopped making soap because I was having issues with the scale. Now, see, in the old days when I made soap, I used to film a certain distance away from my scale. Since I started doing it privately, sometimes that changes. Sometimes it's over here, sometimes it's right next to the scale. Your phone, the electromagnetic waves in your phone can affect digital scale readout. Just FYI. Okay, what else do I need to tell you about Dimension? Thoughts on the new Heat Up the Show pop-up shared during a show? I have no clue what that says. I'm going to read this, Jack, and you tell me where I'm wrong in being confused by this. Thoughts on the new Heat Up the Show pop-up shared during a show up 6,000 X's or using the W? I'm so unhip and so uncool that none of that makes any sense to me. Are you talking about the points and using the Jumbotron? Is that what you're talking about? Ooh, Sunshine Outpost says my bubble machine messes with my scale. I had to move it across the room. See? I'm not making this up. This is a real thing, you guys. Thank you, Sunshine Outpost, for validating me. Okay. M&B Vintage says, yes, my scale will read 2 ounces or 0.2 ounces if the phone is close and nothing is on the scale. Absolutely. Raleigh Girl says, I need to sell 12 by 12 paper pads. Is there a dimension I need to be aware of for the box, or is it all based on weight? We're going to talk about this. It is not based on weight now, Raleigh Girl. Weight is the least of your issues, okay? Weight is the least of your issues. I am going to talk about Jumbotron stuff, but later. It's in my notes. Yeah, we're going to talk about Jumbotron, but it's later. It's later. I got to get through Dimensions. I got to stay on track, you all. Stop making me squirrel. This show is never going to end, and my mom's going to be here soon. Okay. Once upon a time, we were all worried about weight on Whatnot. 5 pounds was everything. 15 ounces was everything on the Whatnots. That has changed. Those days are over. Now, weight means hardly anything. Okay, yeah, there's weight increases under 15 ounces now, but it's 30 cents here, it's 50 cents there. You just need to be aware of it and be careful with your start prices. But Dimension, let's talk Dimension. If you guys have not figured this out already, I'm sorry. Sellers during a show sharing over 6,000 times in spam using the W in the chat to all for the algorithm. First off, don't spam shows. And as far as the W's, those are like hearts. I don't think they do anything for the algorithm. So they're fun. People are having, listen, you earn those points, you use them. I like the popsicle one. It's my favorite. But I don't think it helps the algorithm. Yeah, we're going to talk about that cherry red treasures, just not yet. Wait. Okay, dimensions. Here's some interesting numbers for you. I live in South Carolina. New York is directly north of me. Florida is pretty much directly south of me in the postal area. Florida is not so bad. New York, it used to not be bad for me shipping at all. At all. But with the new dimension changes on Whatnot, New York is a problem. Okay. Florida is still bad, but New York is really bad, and it used to not be a problem at all. So, really close on the same coast from South Carolina to New York. If I have to adjust an 8-ounce package to an 80-ounce package, it's only $2.90. That's nothing. That's nothing compared to what it used to be. If I have to change from 8 ounces to 81 ounces, now, if I have to make those changes, obviously I'm not a good seller and I don't know my shippings, okay? But we're just giving you these numbers so you can see how much dimension matters now versus weight. Weight is easy. 8 ounces to 80 ounces, $2.90. No big whoop for that big of an adjustment, right? 8 ounces to 81 ounces, that's 1 ounce over 5 pounds. As soon as you go 1 ounce over 5 pounds, that's going to be $9.17. The 5-pound thing does still matter. Also, that's too big of a jump for it to be covered by an adjustment. So that will not be covered by an adjustment. So any one of you hearing advice from people telling you you just need to do everything at 7 ounces, if someone buys one item and it's heavy and it's over 5 pounds, you can't, the flat rate boxes are going to be $12.88 from 8 ounces to 81 ounces from South Carolina to New York. It's a $9.17 charge that is not covered by adjustments. If your box, 12 by 12 by 12, If your box is 14 by 12 by 12, 2 inches bigger, just 2 inches bigger. If your package only weighs 8 ounces, like it's not even over a pound, it's just 8 ounces. From South Carolina to New York, I'm going to get charged $14.42, and that is not covered by adjustments. And that is on top of whatever the customer paid. So even if I'm asking for accurate weights and I'm not doing max shipping, as soon as my box goes over that 1 inch, or as soon as it goes outside of the 12 by 12 by 12, as soon as it's 1729 inches, cubic inches, you're going to get charged, if from South Carolina to New York, $14.42. That is not covered. Now, if it's 80 to 81 ounces, it's going to be $14.42. The weight doesn't matter. As soon as you get an inch over 12 by 12 by 12, weight ceases to make a difference unless it's like massively huge. But what about if your biz is a fraction of an inch over 12 on the outside measurements? If your box, then get a different box, Christels. Get a different box. Now, listen, a lot of sellers are going to tell you, just use it. The post office is not going to check that. Sometimes they do. It's up to you whether you want to take that risk. If it's working for you and you don't want to change it, then keep doing it and don't change it. But when that charge happens, just know that I warned you. Just know that I warned you. Okay. Have I sent out a box once or twice without fully changing the dimensions? Maybe once or twice. I am way too risk adverse. I try to tell myself, I'm like, yeah, I'm not paying that. And then I'm like, no, I'm paying that. I'm sorry. I have to do it accurately. You should always be measuring your boxes, guys. You should know if you have a large amount of any certain size, you should have measured it at least once, and you should know for a fact what your actual outside dimensions are. Also, if your box is bulging, the post office is going to measure the bulge, not the corner, just so you know. The post office cares about a bulge. Okay, the Cozy Old Farmhouse says, I ran into this over the weekend. It wanted to charge me $19 for being 2 inches over. I unbundled it and split it into 2 boxes and paid the $7.75 instead. Absolutely. I did the same thing. I had one ginormous box and it was going to charge me $60. Broke it into 2 boxes and I paid like $12, I think, because they were really heavy. The box measurement is under cubic feet, not exactly 12 by 2. It's a culmination. It's 1,728 cubic inches. So for instance, a 16 by 10 by 10 is actually under, even though the inches amount to a 12 by 12 by 12, like it's 16 by 10 by 10. That's how many inches? 36. But the cubic inches is under 1728. So when people tell you just go by 36, as long as it adds up to 36, that's false. You can actually, based on the timesing, like what's 16 times 10 times 10? 1600, right? So it's under the 1728. You could actually go bigger than a 16 by 10 by 10. FYI. The T Bubble Fuzz says everything needs to be done before printing the label, correct? Once printed, it's too late. Correct. I mean, you could try to go through whatnot to get that fixed. You do not want that headache. UPS and FedEx will use a yardstick and issue an overcharge notice when you drop it off. That's if you take it to the desk. I find they don't care as much if you take it to the back and don't get it scanned. That's just me telling you what I've experienced, not telling you what you should do. You should always do the right thing. Okay. What else do I need to tell you guys about dimension? Then we need to acknowledge you cannot charge. We've talked about this before, but I'm going to say it again. There is no way to get the current Whatnot system to charge for dimension other than adding the price to the start bid or creating a custom shipping profile that will prevent bundling. Okay? It will prevent bundling. So I'm going to read this again. There's no way to get the system to charge for dimension without blocking bundling, other than adding it to your start bid. And the start bid is not dependent on geography. What do I mean by that? So when I do my estate sales, let's say somebody sees something big. They're like, oh, I want this. I will tell them, all right, they're asking $8. I'm going to charge 16, but because this is oversized, I actually have to charge 26. So I'm going to charge double the price tag plus the extra that is going to be charged. Now listen, $10, that only covers if it goes to Florida. That doesn't cover if it goes to California. Did I tell you guys the numbers on California? On California, if I ship from South Carolina to California, 1 inch over, $25. $25 out of pocket. And I can't pass that on to the customer any other way than through my start bid. Okay? So that's the only way that I can do that if I want it to bundle with other items. California knows how to party. Well, I'm pretty sure that California, if I buy from D-Archivist, if I buy from La La Girl too, they're going to have the same upcharges because I'm in South Carolina. Where can we get the formula you have for shipping from our region to others? There's no formula, Penny. I just, when I go do my shipping things, like the way I got those numbers was when I was doing my shipments, I had a customer that had an 8-ounce package that was going to New York. So I was like, oh, well, if their package had weighed more, if their package had been bigger, so I put in the numbers, you just don't save it. Don't save it. But that allows you to look at the prices, like you just play what if. What if this package actually weighed 81 ounces instead of 80? What if this package was actually 24 by 12 by 12? What would I be charged? And that way you know better how to plan your shipping going forward. Doesn't that mess with your accounting profit? In what way, Jack? I don't use earnings. So like when I have a show, I don't want to get my laptop down. There's no time for this. We're already going too long. When I have a show, my profit is not based off of my earnings. My profit is based on my actual take home. So that money has already been taken out of there because it went to the shipping, right? So if I'm buying an item for $8 and I sell it for 16, but I add on a $10 charge, okay? Do I even make any money? I make probably $6 on that. That's going to show in my actual earnings. So that's what I do. I feel like this is good rage bait. Can't wait to see the social media blow up. Stay at home to shop. I'm too boring for that. M&B Vintage says, how do you pass it on to the buyer in item cost because you wouldn't know who is going to win the bid? That's what I was just saying, M&B Vintage. You can add it to your start bid, but the start bid doesn't account for geography. So you actually can't. There is no possible way to charge accurate shipping with dimension. There is no accurate way to charge shipping for dimension without using a custom shipping profile that blocks bundling of different sized items. The only way you could do it would be to sell items that are exactly the same size, that you know exactly what they're going to weigh in any box, which is why I've always said from day one, stop trying to make your shipping accurate. It's never going to be accurate. You do the best you can and you make adjustments to improve. That's how shipping works on here, guys. But that's why I share this information so that you know what to expect. And you can play with those numbers yourself. Go into your shipping. Don't save it, but play around with those numbers. Say, oh, look, someone bought for me that lives in Indiana. If their package weighed an extra pound, what would it do? So that next time you're selling, you can be like, well, I know worst case scenario from my zip code, because I live in South Carolina. Worst case in my situation is that California, I'm going to be $25 out of pocket. And if I do max shipping, does max shipping count for Alaska? I forget. I know it doesn't count for international, but does max shipping count for Carrie? Are you in here? That's what I thought. It's just the continental United States, right? So my worst case scenario is California. That's what I thought. Okay, good. Just wanted to make sure. Alaska and Hawaii excluded. So they're going to pay the extra difference up to a certain point, right? Van Wert Vintage, these are actual shipping costs. Whatnot has been absorbing these costs for years. That's true, although to some extent, yes, and to some extent, no, because we know Whatnot has contracts with them. So the shipments that, and even now, like what I did was I went and I took these measurements and then I put them into Pirate Ship, which you guys know when Whatnot says they're giving us commercial rates, that is not USPS counter rates. USPS counter rates are retail rates. Commercial rates are like wholesale rates. Okay. So we are getting a better rate through the Whatnot contracts. The closest you can come to comparing that would be to go to something like Pirate Ship or Shippo and run that same size package to that same zip code. You don't have to put in addresses, you just put in zip codes. Okay. And see what the difference is. Now, I had a package the other day that was oversized and it was 2 items and it wouldn't have mattered about unbundling because the bundling, the size of the individual items was still beyond the 12 by 12 by 12. So unbundling wouldn't have fixed it. To ship it via Whatnot using commercial rates, because we are stuck with USPS, it was a $60 package. $60 out of my pocket. That's after the customer already paid for their weights, right? So I took that to UPS. UPS, my out of pocket was $23. I had charged the buyer, that much in shipping. So I was okay. I was covered that because I said I'm going to have to charge this much for these items because they're oversized. So from $60 to $20, I'll take the $20. That I do not recommend you doing. It took me out of Whatnot protections. I was taking my own risks for my own business. It could get me kicked off the app. I don't recommend it. But that's why we're all hoping that Whatnot brings UPS to the app because it will allow us to do a little more with those dimensions. Okay. All right, that's it for shipping. If you have any more questions about shipping, tough cookies, go follow I Love Discounts _com. I Love Discounts. If you're here, give us your show tonight. If you're not, somebody tag I Love Discounts. They are going to do, there they are. If you have any other shipping questions or beefs or things you want to talk about, don't talk to me about them because I'm bored. Talk to Tony and Lysandra of I Love Discounts _com. They devote every Monday evening to a shipping show. Okay. Thank you so much, Penny and Benny. I hope it was beneficial to you guys. I know that I'm bored, but listen, I hate shipping. I hate shipping. I hate the shipping overages. I hate the new changes. I hate everything about shipping. So I don't want to talk about it. It's not that I can't talk about it. It's just that I just don't like to. Ooh, I Love Discounts is going to do an on the road shipping. I love it. Van Wert Vintage says, be more thrifty. I'm new watching your show. Are you continuing to sell big items since this change? We're all curious. We're all asking questions of the big item sellers. Oh, Impulsive Treasures, thank you. I always take flattery. Okay, next up, we are going to talk about the points. All right, all of those that you want to talk about Jumbotron, here it comes. I had it in my notes. I was ready for you. All right, points. If you have points, go ahead and give me your favorite emoji right now. If you've earned points and you have something special that you make flash on the screen. Look at that. We got smiley faces, we got eyeballs, we got the pink W's. Okay. Those are what the points are doing. Do we even know anybody in this room that has the Jumbotron? If you have a Jumbotron, brag about flex right now. Sassy, do you really? Prove it. Jumbotron on my screen or you don't have it. I'm more careful about using custom profiles for them because I know it won't be covered if it's oversized in any way. Yeah, exactly. Sassy does. Okay, we just saw Sassy. Sassy, do it again. Do it 3 more times. We want everyone to see this. Some people looked away for a second. Sassy, flash your Jumbotron. Or does it charge you every time you do it? It shouldn't, right? You get it for how long? How long do you get to have this? Do you have to buy it every time you do it? Oh, well, that's okay. Lame. Well, you have to make a purchase in order for it to show up. It only does it with a purchase. Sassy, did you have to buy something from me today? Did you have to buy something in order to do that? Sassy, I didn't want you to do that. Unless you just bought something because you wanted to anyway. All right. So here's my feelings on it. You have to shop to earn points. Brilliant. You spent $2. Okay, Sassy. I hope you like my notes. I hope it was worth it. Okay, so Sassy just, but you only get one use. Do you get a Jumbotron every single time you make a purchase? Don't make a purchase just to find out. How do you make the heated up the show up? I don't know. It happens with every purchase. No, I'm talking about the Jumbotrons that you earn from points. Like they're like 5,000 points, right? Has anybody earned a Jumbotron just from points? You keep Jumbotron, hold on. You keep Jumbotron one-time purchase and it shows with the purchase. Once you get them, you keep them unless whatnot changes it. Okay, so if you get a Jumbotron with points, do you get to use it more than once? Okay, that's what I was thinking. I was like, no. I'm pretty sure when you get a Jumbotron, you get to keep it for a certain amount of time. I did read up on this, guys. Okay. So I'm not 100% stupid. Um. Oh, Shiny Penny, I'm just so sad that your gasps are flabbered. You know what? I'm taking a screenshot of that though, because I'm gonna open up a claim at the post office to try to get back on track because that's stupid. I got the frog with points and it has not stopped. Okay, so Jack I Go Vintage. So if you use the Jumbotron in my show now, you can keep using it, right? You won't waste it on me. If anybody has a Jumbotron from points and they're not going to lose it, flash it now. We want to see it. What does heating up the show do? If a buyer use it, does it move you up in the algorithm? I don't think so. I might be wrong, Dondre, but I'm pretty sure that these things don't matter. Sales matter. So if you get the Jumbotron from sales, if people are getting points because of purchases, then yes, because purchases do bump you up in the algorithm. Sassy says, unless you get the points, you exchange for the fun stuff. It doesn't go away. The only time the Jumbotron shows is when you make a purchase. So if you're getting Jumbotrons because of purchases, yes, it definitely helps. Thank you, Corgi. I got the little smiley faces bursting. So if you get Jumbotrons or emojis from a purchase, yes, it's boosting your algorithm because purchases boost your algorithm. If it's from people tapping, I don't think it affects your algorithm at all. Whatnot has said several times that hearts tapping has never affected the algorithm. Blasian Bunny says you can't just randomly flash a Jumbotron. It only appears when you make a purchase. Oh, Blasian, so are you saying you have to earn the Jumbotron and then it shows up when you make a purchase just like Millicent's did? Is that how it works? Well, that's lame. But I do like that better than tapping for a Jumbotron. I do. Okay, that's lame, FYI. But I do like that better than just tapping a Jumbotron because here's my problem. I was thinking people could strategically use these Jumbotrons. Listen, Sassy, shut up. Just kidding. I'm just kidding, Sassy. That was so rude of me. I'm so grumpy today. This is what happens when I talk about shipping, you guys. Sassy, my big apologies. I do not talk that way. We do not behave that way in this household, you guys. No, I don't want to co-host Sassy. She'll talk for 20 years. Go to Sassy. When's your next chat show? I'm so rude. Sassy, no, you guys should go to Sassy's chat show. Sassy, when is your next chat show? You see I'm blushing? Wednesday. Everybody follow Sassy and go to Sassy's chat show, and she's going to tell you all about it. I am terrible, Noelle. See, you're going to get all the blessings. I have none. Lost Mermaid gifts. Hold on. We got to pause everything for a raid. Everybody say yo to Lost Mermaid gifts in the chat while I let you know that our lovely Lost Mermaid Gifts, who is also a participant in the handmade category, is doing mermaid blessings and water oracle gifts in the jewelry making section, our community and jewelry making tomorrow, 10:50 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And she's also participating in the Coastal Creators Connection, or is that just yours? Gathered by the Shore. That looks pretty. So thank you so much for the raid, Lost Mermaid Gifts. Okay, I'm scrolling down. SS Vintage. I don't care enough to be explained to. The only reason I even had you guys explain it to me was so that I could make the point I was going to make. Otherwise, I don't care. Listen. Thank you, Lost Mermaid Gifts. Millicent says the tapping didn't previously help as reported at the summit, but they may be testing having them impact the algorithm. They do help at TikTok. Well, listen, any purchase-based points definitely help. So if you can only get a Jumbotron to show up when you make a purchase, absolutely, 100%. Now, what I was thinking was, this Jumbotron could be used strategically. So if a hot ticket item is coming up, you could so now that I know that it's from purchases, I can adjust what I was going to say. So let's say you're in like a 3-second sudden death show and a banger is coming up, something that you know is going to be hot and you've been waiting for it. You could pick a dollar item from the buy it now and you could purchase it and get the Jumbotron to go on. Now that's a lot of button pushes, but there are people that are going to be doing that. So I just thought that was an interesting thing to point out, that the Jumbotrons can be used to manipulate the viewer screen during fast action selling. So just be mindful of that. You hate the Jumbotron for that reason, right? Like, who here, if you're trying to purchase an item that is known for having chips and cracks and the Jumbotron comes up, like, aren't you going to want the seller to re-show what they just showed because you missed it because there was a Jumbotron? Cherry Red Treasures. That's why I was like saying, wait, I have the same beef you do. I have the same beef you do. That's what I'm saying. I agree. Sassy says, I don't care who hates it. Y'all see my name when it flashes. I mean, Sassy, yes, but no. Like, honestly, I think the animation obscures the name. Right? Like if you purchase something out of the buy it now, the name pops up, but now the name pops up with animation. People are seeing, yeah, I agree with Melinda. I saw the Jumbotron. I didn't see the name. I don't think it should come up during buy it now purchases. SS Vintage, I agree with that, because if you're doing it during a live sale, like an auction, you're not showing anything different. You've already showed. See, there we go. GR Carter Designs, the spray was, I think, a little more distracting. Can I read that, Millicent? I almost read it out loud with your name attached. I caught myself. I'm very proud of me. But let me know if I can read that out loud. Okay, I won't read it then. I would like that. I like them, and if they only came up from the auction purchases, that would be cool. Dear Whatnot, we've got people saying use them for the auction sales. Now, do they work? Do they happen with the auction sales? Like here, let me see. Do I have anything? I don't think I have anything in the auction. Okay, let me try this, but do not purchase it unless you want it, okay? Let me find something worth selling here. I'm going to run this for $1, okay? I'm going to run this for $1. We're going to see if the Jumbotron thing works. Listen, don't purchase this if you don't want it. If you want trading card, new in the box, for $1, and you have the Jumbotron, even if you don't have the Jumbotron, you can purchase it. It's got all sorts of vintage images of animals on it. Oh, I have it for 30 seconds because I wasn't planning on auctioning it. This is what you're getting, like all these cards, these cute animals. So cool. So this is what we're doing, 30 seconds, because I'm lame. But this is what is being bid on right now. A brand new deck of vintage animal. This is the Noah's Ark game trading cards. There's the back. And then we'll see if a jumbotron pops up. Auction and bid. Super for both. Sunshine Outpost. Thank you so much. I liked that jumbotron. That one had a gingerbread man in it. Thank you so much for purchasing that. Let me get your screenshot. Okay. Sorry for that, y'all. Susan Bates says, I mod for people text or any of that to distract the sellers. There's been a lot of talk about I do not have the colored text yet. So I can't see. I just barely got the little flashes. I do not see colored chat yet, but I hear that it's been causing some issues. So it'll be interesting to see if they keep it or not. Japan auctions are the best to time shift, really? Thank you so much, Kay, for purchasing the notes. Cherry says, I just don't like that they pop up while an auction is running, and I've seen a lot of sellers who hate it. I would hate it. I would want to disable it. Depending on the show, I would want to disable it. Lala Girl, you still don't have the jumbotrons and the sprays. You're not missing anything. It's not much different than hearts, really. Like, I mean, it was kind of fun to look through. Personally, I don't like the emojis they have. I'm not a fan of the sweaters. Even if you're a clothing person, I don't think the sweaters are that great. Also, I think we should be able to earn points to get our own logo to spray up. That's what I've been trying to tell Whatnot. I don't care about guitars and hot dogs. I don't know who's doing that. I would love it if your logo burst up, because then I would be like, oh yeah, see, I Love Discounts agrees with me. Auntie, to you, thank you so much for putting for tapping on the screen, right? That you would actually know who is engaging with you. Susan Bates says people are using the green text box to trick sellers. There's a tip. They type ripped 200 or other amounts. Oh, so they're getting shout outs. They're getting shout outs for tipping when they didn't actually tip. Sneaky. By the way, to the other person who said that in the red chat, sorry, I didn't give credit to you because yours was in the red chat. Okay, so that's our opinion on that. Enough said. Interesting, cool, problematic slightly. If you like it, then you like it. If you don't like it, you don't like it. But guess what? It's here for some and not for others. And all we can do is have opinions, right? Nacho Cheese says, oh, that's like the ghost raid. where people raid in with, where they never raided but come in and put emojis? Oh, I thought you were going to say Nacho Cheese when they just raid with themselves. Because you could leave right now, start a show, and raid into me with just you. And I would give you a shout out for raiding, because I'm never ever going to base my actions on how many people are in my raid outside of selling. But the way I receive the raid is going to be the same no matter what. Go do that, Shiny Penny. If you're going to take the time to start a show to raid into me, you deserve it, honestly. Okay, Popwad says, requests and comments distracts from the sellers showing items in progress when people request to run a different item. Popwad, 100%. And that's why I was saying earlier in the show, as a seller, you should know how you want to run your show. Even if it looks random, a lot of times, Popwad, you've been in some of my estate sale shows, right? Even in my estate sale shows where I have no control over the inventory, right? It's whatever is in that estate sale. I will get requests from people saying, hey, can you go back and look at this? And sometimes I say yes, and sometimes I say no. I still control what I put on the screen because that's important. Hold on. We just got a raid from I Love Discounts _com. I Love Discounts. Everybody say hi to I Love Discounts while I let you know that I Love Discounts has a show tonight, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. They're going to be talking about all things shipping. And then they're also having a show tomorrow, 7 p.m., somewhere in Pennsylvania. What will they find? You've got to go to their show to find out. Thank you so much for rating I Love Discounts _com. So, I'm buddies with I Love Discounts. I want to say all sorts of other things, but that's what I'm going to give them for a raid so that I make it even, right? It did work. But again, I Love Discounts took the time to leave my show, schedule a show, go live in that show. Did you just do it again? I love discounts. All right, everybody, tell I love discounts to shut up. I'll play that game, but only so much. I'm cranky today. That better be Tony. Tony, fess up. Is this Tony or Lysander? Or is it both of you? Are you guys just having a grand old time? Or is it too early for Tony? I can't tell. By the way, I love D having a grand old time. They're still not going to fess up to which one of them it is. I'm not just feisty, I'm grumpy. Nobody wants a grumpy Liz. I'll smile through the whole thing, but I will cut you down. Bozo says, "Oh, we got a joke from Bozo's. Hold on. If it's not a joke, I'll be very disappointed, Bozo." Bozo says, "I once got kicked out of a gym for grunting too much and didn't even start lifting weights yet." Thanks, Bozo. Oh yeah. Did you see me Saturday? Were you here Saturday for the spiders? GR Carter Design, did you clip it and is it in my profile? We need to know. We had spiders jumping out of stuff on me. Okay, we've got to move on. Speaking of spiders, because we have to get to, let's talk about my data. Just kidding. We're not talking about the data. We're talking about the experience. Yes, all day, but no clips. GR Carter Design, how can you be my BFF if you don't take embarrassing clips of me and put them on my profile? Michelle, because we had to talk about shipping and it's so boring and it's so annoying. And I'm a baby and I'm a drama queen and I'm a whiner. Stay Home to Shop says the New York Stock Exchange are never open at the same time. Whatnot is the only marketplace arbitrage platform. Ooh. Dang it, I had a meeting and missed shipping. Ames, you can rewatch it on YouTube at What Liz Likes 4040, or you can purchase the notes and I will mail you a copy of my notes, and you can rewatch the show via your receipts. If you want. Okay. As you guys know, I started this year, interestingly. I came off of a 9-month break. So 2025, I took a long break. I came back in September. In September of 2025, I was just doing stuff the way I normally do it. Then in 2020, midway in January of 2026, things changed for me. I was like, all right, my husband has been out of work for a while. I need to start making money and I need to clear out my basement in case we have to move for a job, right? So I switched gears, and instead of selling the way I had always sold, which was always different, and it still is different now, but during that phase of my life, from mid-January till about, I don't know, what would you guys say, mid-July maybe mid-June. Anyway, from mid-January to about mid-June, I was Monday through Friday, dollar starts only. Okay. Monday through Friday, dollar starts only, and I was selling everything. It could be a giant vase like that, or it could be a tiny deck of cards. It all sold for $1. I can always give you a hat on the recording. Do it, Zoe's. Do it, Noelle. Okay. So that's how I was doing things. Now, recently, I've been switching it back. I've been going back to the way I used to sell because I've been switching it up and I'm trying to adjust. Now, adjusting is hard. Changing your business model is hard. Changing old patterns is hard. Let me just hold your hand while I say that. It's hard. So even if you know it's the right thing to do, even if you have planned it, even if you have decided this is what you're going to do, it is very hard to do something that doesn't naturally occur for you. I love discounts. Tony, I'm talking to you. I feel you, man. It is hard when your brain works one way and everybody else is trying to get you to work the other way. And you're like, okay, the data makes sense. Still don't like it. Okay. Still don't like it. That's me. Now, during the dollar start phase, I feel that way about exercise. Same, his and her shop, Chicago, same. Okay, during my dollar start phase, where I was like, I I just need to sell everything. I need to get it out of my basement. My only requirement doing those dollar starts was that when all was said and done, I needed to make $20 an hour. That included my shipping time. That included the time to set up the show, the time to run the show, and the time to ship the stuff, and any packing materials costs. I did not include the cost of inventory. I was using dead stock that had been sitting in my death pile for 3 years or more. Okay. So I did not include the cost of inventory. My only requirement was I needed to earn $20 an hour. If I could not make $20 an hour doing dollar starts on Whatnot, I was going to donate everything and get a job in a brick and mortar somewhere, right? That was the goal. I did it. It worked. I never once, even during my worst show, I never made less than $20 an hour. I cleared out all this space. Okay, you guys know this. I'm repeating this. This is for the new people. That's what I was doing. My husband was out of work that entire time. Doing dollar starts, I managed to clear out my basement, clear out half of my garage. I managed to pay for my son's wedding engagement. I paid for my whole family flying cross country to attend the wedding with the Airbnb and everything and the rental car. I am like $1,000 away from being able to buy the car that I want right now. That's all from dollar starts. Okay. But my husband got a job. Today is his first day at the real job. About 2 months ago, he got a contract job. So my need to do dollar starts has gone down. I just don't have to do them anymore. Okay. So I started looking at the data and I started looking at my emotions and my feelings and how much joy I was having on Whatnot. Let me tell you, thank you, everyone. Thank you. I appreciate the accolades. Even with all that money in my bank, I would not choose to do that again unless I needed to. I just wouldn't. I just wouldn't. Okay. So you guys have been seeing that I've been changing things up. Who here has missed my dollar start shows? Now, I just did one on Saturday. We're going to talk about it. But has anybody in here missed my dollar start shows, or are you enjoying what I'm doing now? Put miss or enjoy. Let me know. And I want you to be honest. I'm rude and honest. I want you to be rude and honest with me. Okay, Michi is enjoying. Mel likes both. We're getting both enjoy. We do have people missing. 10 Mile Studio missing, right? Like you can't get the great deals as often, right? How can they miss that thumbnail? I know. You guys want to know what reselling everything is talking about? Go look at my shows and you can see my estate sale photo. You can see all my photos. They're all gorgeous. Ames says, I may need to do something like that. My inventory is out of control. So, Ames, that was the reason I did it. I did it, one, so that I wouldn't go crazy while my husband was still looking for work. Two, because I needed to move my inventory. It was not about the money because I could make that much money at a brick and mortar, right? I could go out and get a job today that would pay me that same amount of money and I would know my exact hours. It would probably be a desk job like I had last, or I worked in a pharmacy. Easy and clean, right? I didn't have blisters on my fingers after working at the pharmacy, but I did doing dollar start shipping shows after the packing, right? So, but it worked. I made the money and I got rid of my inventory. Okay. And in that process, I gained 4,000 followers within months. Within 3 months, I gained 4,000 followers and I went from 2,000 to like 2.4 thousand sold. Right now I'm at 7.4 thousand sold. I've been on the app for 4 years. Within months of doing dollar starts Monday through Friday, I boosted my following to I boosted it by 4,000 and I boosted my sales by 4,000. Actually closer to 5,000 within months by doing dollar starts. So you don't have to do dollar starts, but they do work depending on what your goals are. Now, that is not my goal right now. My goal right now is no longer we need to like anxiety sell everything, right? I know his and her shop Chicago. Exactly. I wish I had that desire. I wish that I had a desire. I thought you were going to say 4,000 pounds. I mean, it could have been if we add it all up, it might be nurse gone crazy because I sold a lot of things over 5 pounds. So if I sold 5,000 items and a lot of them were over 5 pounds, you do the math. It probably was 4,000 pounds at least. It was an absolute grind, Lala girl. Now listen, there was 2 ways that I could handle it going forward. Well, 3, I guess. I could keep doing what I was doing. The problem was I sold all my inventory, right? Once you sell all your good stuff, now I have to account for the cost of inventory. Before that, I was not counting the cost of inventory because it was dead stock. It had been in my house for over 3 years. So now going forward, to do the same thing, I now have to take into account the cost of inventory. And let me tell you, I had gone on a ban for a year and a half. I did not buy anything. I didn't buy on Whatnot. I didn't buy at yard sales. I didn't buy at estate sales. I didn't go to auctions. I didn't buy from Facebook Marketplace. So I had been out of the sourcing game for a year and a half. Did you see lag between the audience for the dollar starts versus the non-dollar starts shows? Yes and no. We're going to talk about this, T. Jess. So, where was I? Where was I? I got to not read the chat because I get distracted and my brain goes off. Let me look at my notes. Hold on. Where was I? So, someone tell me, you bought toilet paper, I hope? A ban from buying. Thank you so much, because that's not in my notes. So I stopped sourcing. So now, if I want to continue the dollar starts, I have to take into account the cost of inventory. And taking into account the cost of inventory that I currently, doesn't mean I can't change this, but that I currently have access to, I'm not making any money. I'm making pennies. It is not worth it. So for me to continue doing dollar starts, and this is after months. This is not after 1 or 2 tries with dollar starts. This is after months of doing dollar starts and having the data to show what types of items I need to be selling at those dollar starts to make a profit. Because just because you started at $1 does not mean people are going to bid it up. Listen, I did a show on Saturday. Who here was here when I was doing from my hot, sweaty backyard with the spiders? If you watched me doing dollar starts from my backyard, say me. Okay, we got at least 2, 3, 4. Okay. Did you guys see a lot of things sell for just $1? I need to know. Put a yes in the chat. Did you see a lot of things go for $1? A lot of things sold for $1. Okay. So just because you do dollar starts for years and you build up the clientele, it does not. No, that one is not on YouTube. Only the chat shows are because of Noelle from Zoe's Team Mod. So lots of things sold for $1. We're going to talk about why. I know why. Okay. But it doesn't guarantee, just because you get the numbers in your room, just because you've been doing it for a long time, just because you're doing a surprise show that should be actually more exciting for buyers than what you were originally doing on that day, does not mean that everything you sell is going to get bid up. There is a technique to dollar starts that is way more than just dollar starts. Okay. So let's talk about that. Let me look at my notes. So I said, today is not about numbers. I'll bring those in a future show. Lately, I've been doing Friday estate sales and Saturday estate sales. That's live shopping, which means instead of me buying items, bringing them to my home, and then hoping you buy them, instead, I take you right to the estate sale. You go with me. I only sell the stuff that you want to purchase. So I show the stuff. So we're looking around. Estate sales are expensive. I go Friday, the first day, where it's full priced. So this basket, they want $15, which means if you want it, you're going to have to pay 15 plus 15, which is 30. And I might add an extra 10 on it for the shipping. So you as the buyer have to decide, do you really want this? Because it's going to be $40 for you. Would you guys buy that way? Let me know if you have. A lot of you have bought from me that way. A lot of you have paid. I had someone in my it depends on what it is. Exactly, Mel. You have to really want it. And in those cases, they honestly don't mind paying the shipping oftentimes because they really do want it. So the beauty of that way of the beauty of that way of selling is that the only thing I sell is what you want. I don't get stuck with dead stock inventory because I've only purchased what you bought and I only sold what you wanted. and you were willing to pay for the price that I needed to get for it. Now, were there things that people saw that they wanted that I couldn't sell to them because the price was too high? Absolutely. Is it painstakingly slow? Yes, it is. I love discounts. The only people that stay in those shows with me, I didn't sweat while you were live shipping. Did you sweat while I was outside? I know I did. So, the only people that stay in live shopping shows are people that just love to look at stuff. They just love to hang out. They just like to see what's out and about. They like to take screenshots of items and research them and see if they're worth it. Popwad, you still don't see my show notes? I have show notes in there. Other people can see them. M&B Vintage says, and you won't have the opportunity to buy again after leaving the estate sale. That's the other thing. That's what I have going for me is if I don't purchase it, there's FOMO. This is not something that she's going to, if you don't purchase it today, it doesn't mean it's going to be in her show tomorrow. So you have to purchase it. Sunshine Outpost, I love that. We're nosy. We love looking in people's homes. That's why I like going to estate sales. I went to that house auction on Saturday. Hold the horses. Shiny Penny 654. Everybody say yo to Shiny Penny while I let you know that Shiny Penny 654 has a show August 14th, 1:30 p.m. They're doing Yarn to Die For. And on August 30th, 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, they're doing Yarn for Everyone. So if you are into textiles, go check out Shiny Penny 654. Thank you so much for the raid, Shiny Penny. All right. What were we talking about? Oh, I was at this the auction. It was supposed to be an estate sale, but it ended up being an auction. And the woman had a lot of hand-painted stuff. Oh, I'm so sorry, guys. Let me unpin this. The woman had a lot of hand-painted stuff, and guess what was inside her house? Over her stove, she had hand-painted lemons. Like her house was whimsical. It was just a little trailer. It was just a little trailer on a lot. So beautiful. Can you pin the notes for that person? Wait, what do you mean, Christelles? Can you pin the notes for that person? Oh, you're saying notes to purchase. I'm so sorry. I thought you meant the show notes. There you go. Thank you, Christelles, for speaking up so that I knew what they meant. These are the notes to rewatch the show. You do not need to purchase them. This show is going to be aired on YouTube later today, thanks to Zoe's T-Mod, who does that for me. But if you want me to mail you a copy of the notes and be able to rewatch it through video receipts on whatnot, then you need to purchase the notes down below. My apologies. They're in the buy it now. I'm going to unpin that, though, so we get our screen space back. Okay, there we go. My name on YouTube is at what Liz likes 4040. Okay, here we go. Where was I? Oh, so people come and watch those shows. A lot of people that watch my other shows do not stay and watch the estate sale shows. But some people watch both because they just like me. They like hanging out. They like seeing things. Sometimes they find good treasures and they like my shipping, right? So here's what I've learned in doing Friday estate sales full price and Saturday estate sales at half price. Do you guys want to guess which show I make more money on? The Friday show full price or the Saturday show half price? Oh, we're almost fully split. But a lot of you saying Friday, I think you've been in my shows and you've seen it. Friday, full price day. People are paying up. That's when the best stuff is there. And I've told them, I've gotten people to understand too, because a lot of people are like, are you coming back here tomorrow? First off, at the time, I would say, yes, I'm coming back tomorrow at half price day. But I warn you, if it's good, it's not likely to be here tomorrow. Okay? Cherry, I get permission first. There are people that mind. I'll tell funny stories about that later. I get told on all the time. But the people who run the estate sales do not mind. They love me. So, what was I saying? Oh, so I tell people, I'm like, you can wait till tomorrow, but if it's good, it's usually not still here. And we've even seen it happen live. Like we were doing an estate sale and there was this glowy vase. It was a Jack in the Pulpit EAPG topaz glowy vase. Okay. I showed them that it glowed. I said, take a screenshot and research it. And I was like, I'm going to have to charge. I don't even remember what I was going to charge, like $75. And I'm like, I'm telling you guys, this is a good one. I'm going to walk away from it, but because everyone's like, no, I'll pass. I'll pass. And I think someone even said, I'll look for it tomorrow. And I said, okay, but let me let you know. When I made it glow with my flashlight, I heard gasping behind me. I'm pretty sure it's going to be gone. I walked away from it because they said, no, thanks. I walked away. 5 minutes later, someone said, go get the Jack in the Pulpit. I want it, because I'm pretty sure they had Googled it and found the value on it. They realized that was a really good deal at $75. Turn around, gone, gone. Someone had snapped it as soon as I walked away from it. So people are learning in my show, if we like it, we better buy it while we see it, because it might not be there. Michi had that happen to Michi. Michi saw we were in. Michi, do you care if I tell about yours? Give me the okay if you're okay with me talking about yours. So Michi, I was in this show, and Michi is if you like Disney, go buy from Michi, okay? So Michi is a Disney seller, Disney collector. She knows her Disney. We were in this estate sale. I go upstairs. There's this giant Pinocchio puppet. It was priced at 45. That means I needed to charge 90 plus I think like a little extra for shipping. I don't remember, but let's say it was 90. So I was like, it's 90. And she's like, well, I'll try to wait for the next day, because that's pricey. That is super pricey. Next day, that was the second place I went to, and it was gone. It was already gone. And Michi was fine with it, because she knew she could have bought it that day. And it was very expensive on Friday. But as people learn that, they are becoming more and more willing to purchase on the Friday. Now, I did my numbers. Friday by far is my best day. Now, before you guys go thinking, oh, Liz is saying we don't have to do dollar starts. Let me just listen to everything I'm saying. Friday by far is my favorite day. The things that do sell for a good amount. My average order value is like $24. Now, take into account the cost of inventory. I'm usually doubling my price. So that means my average order value is about $12. I'm happy with that. When I do dollar starts, even after months and months of doing dollar starts, my average order value sat at around $5. Now, that's $5 with zero inventory price accounted for. So if I can get $12 actual average order value, I'm happy with that. That's the best numbers that I've seen this whole year, with doing all those dollar starts and making thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars doing dollar starts. Now, let's talk about this. I don't always have access to Friday estate sales. They only happen on Friday. Yes, I do, the Cozy Door. Is it because it's a Friday or because it's the first day of the estate sale? It's because it might be both. It might be both, T-Jess, because some of these estate sales started on Thursday, right? So some of them I might include a Thursday estate sale too, but we'll think about that one. If I only do Friday estate sales, I am going to make far less per week than I was making doing dollar starts Monday through Friday, because that's a limited amount of time. It's also a limited amount of inventory. So I'm making less per week, but I don't have any dead stock sitting around my house. I'm not bringing things in that I can't sell. I'm happy with every sell I make. I am not upset. Like, when I do dollar starts, I get upset a lot. Even if I don't show it, I get upset, okay? Doing these Friday sales, I don't get upset, not even once. In fact, most of the time, I'm like beyond grateful. Like, oh my goodness, I can't believe you were willing to buy that at that price from me. Thank you so, so much, right? So my emotions are amazing. My average order value looks better than it's ever looked before. My shipping time on Friday, I have very little purchases. So my shipping, much easier. I can get my shipping done in the past, doing dollar starts, when I was doing dollar starts, you have to sell as many things as you can in a reasonable amount of time to get the averages to average out. So if I spent 3 hours live, guaranteed it was 6 hours in shipping. If I spent 1 hour live, it was going to be 2 hours. Overall, I saw across the board, it averaged to twice as much amount of time shipping as I was live. When I do these estate sales, it's usually an hour shipping. I could be live for 3 hours doing the estate sale. It's 1 hour of shipping. It's 1 hour of shipping because people just aren't buying that much because the prices are higher, right? People are also buying less per box. So instead of trying to figure out how to fit 17 items in one box, I'm putting 1 or 2 items in a box. Okay. Now, am I making as much money per week as I was when I had access to a whole basement full of inventory that I could run at $1? No, I'm not making as much per week. I don't need to anymore because my husband has a job now. So now I have the luxury, let me express this. This is a luxury. I have the luxury to shift my business to what I want it to be instead of what I need it to be. TJS Trading Co. is absolutely right. You just need one buyer. I had a $200 show on Saturday for a first day estate sale because they were obsessed with die-cast tricycles. Absolutely. Now, doing dollar starts on Saturday, I only needed 2 buyers. For doing dollar starts, I had Precious Moments. Precious Moments are not that hot right now. You have to have people that like Precious Moments. I happen to have 2 people. I ran those. Every single one of them went for what I wanted it to go for. If I had sold one and it sold for $1, I wouldn't have run any of the others because they all would have sold for $1. And Precious Moments are breakables, right? Yes, Christels, I'm not having to work every day. And for the amount of time, that I'm spending, making way more. And I'm enjoying it because guess what? Guess what my favorite part of this business is? The sourcing. So if I'm spending 3 hours sourcing and 1 hour shipping, my enjoyment is much higher. Now, does live selling take skill? It absolutely does. When I go to an estate sale, you'll see me do this. If somebody very vehemently requests that I show an item, I will show it, but I try to warn them first. And sometimes I just say no. Because sometimes people are asking me to show them something that because I'm there, I'm up close, I know it's not worth any money. And I don't want to waste my time because even though I'm live selling, I am trying to maximize my dollars per hour, right? You love Precious Moments? Well, follow me, Nurse Gone Crazy, because I find them a lot around here. So I'm scanning, right? So when you're live shopping, you're scanning everything and someone will see something interesting. If I know it's crap, sometimes I will say, you just have to trust me on this one. I'm not going back to that. I highly value your money. That piece is a piece of junk. If they still ask me to go back, I will go back for like a second. And 9 times out of 10, I'm right. They don't want it at the price that I would have to sell it at. And then they learn to trust me. So as I build that trust, you the good stuff. Okay. If it's worth any money at all, I'm putting it on the screen and I'm letting you take a screenshot. If it's not worth it, I'm protecting you. I'm protecting you by not showing it to you because I don't want you to spend your money on something that is cheaply made or badly damaged and all of that. Shift to this style of selling, the trust I'm building in this process is going to grow. So it does take skill. It takes skill to know, do I show stuff that's too big? Because if I'm not willing to ship it, I shouldn't show it, right? It takes skill to be able to manage all the people around me and the voices around me and everything. Like people are grabbing stuff in front of me. How do I not get in their way? All that stuff. It takes great skill to do live shopping and to do it well. I'm still in the learning phase. So I'm excited to see where this is going to take me. Now let's talk a bit about stuff from the notes. Why is Friday such a good day? You get first pick of the items. You get the good stuff. It's higher prices, which means higher value for me and less shipping for me. So that's why I like Friday. Saturday. The problem is that it's picked through. All the good stuff went on Friday, but you do get better prices. However, my shipping overages do not change just because the items are 50% off, which means this basket is $10. I have to charge $10 on top of that. That makes it 20. And then I'm going to charge an extra 10 for shipping because it's an oversized item. That means you have to pay $30 on Friday. Well, on Saturday, it's only $5, which means I'm only going to charge you $5. That's $10, but I still have to charge the $10 for the overage on shipping, which means it's $20. $30, $20. It's not that big of a savings for people. They'd rather get the good stuff at the high prices with the high shipping because it's worth it to them. They're still getting value for their dollar. Here's the thing. The reason why people like dollar starts is because they get instant value for their dollar. You can create that same value feeling of getting a good deal by just increasing the quality of your product instead of the quantity, right? So instead of doing dollar starts selling hundreds of items, I can do high 50% off retail, right? If it's still 50% off retail, isn't that a good price? Yes, it is, right? So you can still provide a low start feeling through your values by just trying to focus on the things that are going to give them their money's value. And that can either be a rarity value, because some things can't be priced. Some things have no sold comps. Or if there are sold comps, great, but there's none available. So you have to buy it at my price because that's the only time you're going to get it, right? So you can change my soap, exactly. That's why I can charge high prices for my soap. Because who else are you going to find that makes my kind of soap? I have yet to find anyone that does it at this level at my price. The people I find doing soap at my level right now are charging more than me. So I'm still giving you, my soap is expensive, but I'm actually giving you a good value. Where are you going to find that at that price? Lala Girl, we're going to talk about the auction. Okay, let me finish my notes here. We talked about that. We talked about that. Okay. The other thing I like about the estate sale shopping is I don't have to figure out what people like. You guys tell me when you pick the item. Talk about mental load. So I was doing dollar starts to remove mental load. I didn't have to worry about what an item was worth or what the comps were because everything started at $1. I could just up and run, and it allowed me to run so efficiently, which increased my earnings per hour, which remember, that's what I was focusing on. So I used the dollar starts to remove that mental load and speed up my ability to function as a seller. Now I've swapped the dollar starts doing that job to the live shopping doing that job. I can charge the higher prices because I'm not the one who set the start, not shipping, set that price. So I still don't have to set my price. Whatnot and the estate sale company set that. I only have to charge what I know I need to make. Super easy, right? I don't have to pick the right items because you guys pick the items. I don't have to pick the condition. I show it to you. You know the condition, you purchase it. Mental load for the you pick it, you buy it mental load. Does that make sense to everyone? So it does ease up and still creates efficiency. I don't have to pre-list anything. I don't have to take photos. Where did I go wrong in this new style of selling? I went wrong because I had worked so hard building up the dollar starts. And I was seeing really good deals. This is my problem as a buying addict. I struggle seeing really good deals not get it wrong while I was doing this estate sale. The estate sale shopping was working. It was doing its job. I broke the system because I started buying things. There were a couple of times where my phone glitched and I panicked and I was like, well, what I'll do is I'll just grab all the good deals. And then when I get home, I will sell them at the estate, but to my buyers. Well, here's the problem with doing that. You didn't pick the items, right? There was no FOMO because if you didn't buy it, it was going to stay in you can see some of those things back there. Some of those things stayed with me. So I took the worst of both selling styles and combined them, and I hurt my profits majorly over the last 2 weekends. That was my mistake. Did I still profit? Yes, I did. Did I still make money? Yes, I did. Did I learn a lot? Heck, yes, I did. Okay. Learned a ton. So that's why I'm getting rid of, I broke my own rule, paying for it. Okay. So Am I still going to use dollar starts? Yes, I am. Why? Because I have inventory to sell now, which is was my goal was to not have inventory. When you have inventory and you need to move it, dollar starts works very, very well at getting things out. Now, what else do I need to say? So Saturday I went to an estate sale. It was not an estate sale. I didn't realize it at the time. I got it from the estate sale website, estatesales.net. It was not an estate sale, it was a live auction. I haven't done an auction in 20 years. Okay, I haven't gone to an auction in over 20 years. Natural state of high. As a buying addict, let me just say, the addiction jumped up. Next thing I know, I'm buying this, I'm buying that. That's a good deal. Give me that. I had to call my son. Son, I can't fit this all in my car. Don't judge me. Come down here. He judged me. Okay. He judged me. I had a massive pile of stuff. Had tons of fun. Oh my goodness. What a bender. Had so much fun. Zero regrets until 9 o'clock Saturday night. 9 a.m. Lala girl, you can tell. I think everyone could tell. I think everyone that knows me was like, uh-oh. Liz is doing what Liz says she's not supposed to be doing. Oh, it was bad CPU. I got great stuff though. I thought I got great stuff. I brought it all home. You know, at auctions, when you want one thing that's in a lot, you have to take the whole lot. So I'm buying one item for $1, but for $1, I get 15 items. That's a great deal if you can sell it, right? But when you're buying box lots, you don't often get. Let me just say, last night I threw away more than I sold, like not even donated, threw it away. I'm going to donate as much as I sold on Saturday. And then I have about twice as much as I sold in dead stock inventory that's coming back into my basement. Crunch those numbers. I was live. I don't even remember how long I was live on Saturday at home selling. And I sold I think 100 items. I think I sold 100 items. A lot of them sold for $1. I did dollar starts again, and I went back to the same average order value, but with an inventory cost this time. I moved the inventory. Yes, I did. Did the dollar starts work and do what they were supposed to do? Yes, they did. But I didn't get the enjoyment out of it. And now I have to pack 100 items with the new shipping changes. Been there, done, yes, but some of it wasn't just for flipping. Well, CPU pack rat, that's the thing. It's not a total loss because I got a bunch of large items that are going to go to my local auction house. I'm going to make money on those. I got items that I got a killer deal. Like I got a brand new toaster oven for my son for $1, right? So I got items that are actually going to be used personally. But as far as time wise and trying to change my business experience that I enjoy, the shopping was fun. The shipping is not going to be fun. By the time I do my shipping overages, it's going to I'm going to come back with numbers later because I don't have all the numbers right now. So I do plan on sharing my numbers in a future show. But I just want to say it's a different experience. Now, did I sell way more in 3 hours doing dollar starts than I could at the estate sale? Absolutely. It's just the average order value and the shipping hours are going to be different. Okay, what else were we going to talk about? Oh, let's talk about dollar starts and when they're appropriate because there's some people on here who really want to try dollar starts. Dollar starts is not for everyone and it is not for everything. And there are sellers that are going to disagree with me, and I'm perfectly fine with them disagreeing with me on this. Dollar starts work. They move your inventory. They get new buyers. That Saturday show, I got 21 new buyers. Did most of them get something for $1? Yes, they did. But now I have 21 people who are going to get a package from me. I have 21 people who might like the packaging and come back for another show. And they might buy something at a full price Friday. You never know, right? So it's going to do that job. I don't do dollar starts, never have. And you don't ever have to, CPU Pack Rat, but I'm just saying they do work. My numbers don't lie. After 4 years of selling, seeing what $1 starts did for my business over 3 months after 4 years of selling, I will never say dollar starts don't work. I will never say discounted and max shipping don't work, because they do when done appropriately. Now, here's when you should not do dollar starts according to what Liz likes. I don't think you should do dollar starts on your crap. How many people were in your room though? GR Car Designs, I can usually keep about 30 in my room. I can usually keep about 30 in my room during sales shows. Sometimes I do certain items for $1 or I do surprise dollar starts. See, Grand Millennia, that is very strategic. And I recommend that all the time. Even in my full price Friday show, I did a dollar start test. I found some vintage Christmas and I was like, I'm going to run it at $1. I was testing you guys. You guys failed miserably. It sold for $1. Did I run anything else for $1 that day? No, I didn't, because I tested you and you failed the test. Have I done that before and you've passed the test? Yes. Sometimes I do a dollar start and it bids up to what I was happy with. So I was like, hey, that one doesn't count then because I got what I wanted. Let's do another dollar start. If I get what I wanted, then it doesn't count as a dollar start, right? So then you keep running them, and that's how you can build your way to dollar starts. But going cold turkey, jumping in 100% dollar starts, it does work, but in the way that I explained earlier. So I would not do dollar starts for things that are bad. I'm going to give you an example. This is a typical textbook case example. Popwad says, you sure do spend a bunch of energy doing what you do. I like to buy, but could not attempt selling and shipping. Popwad, not everybody has to do it my way, though. There's a lot of chill, easy people that like do not get emotional and all that stuff. So don't use me as the only example. Okay, so, I like what Millicent said. Millicent says people will spend all kinds of money on promoting a show, but refuse to do any dollar starts. Yeah, people will pay for sponsored giveaways just to get their name shouted out. Why not do $200 worth of dollar starts? See how many followers and buyers that gets you, because that to me is way more valuable than that. Thank you, Popbot. I appreciate it. It doesn't work with 2 people in the room. Trust me. GR Car Designs, it doesn't always work with 30 people in the room. Trust me. Okay. So I was doing that live show on Saturday. I've been doing dollar starts all year. I thought in my head, I was thinking this is going to work because everybody has been used to Friday and Saturday being these expensive items. Now I'm going to bring dollar starts and everybody's going to go gaga for it. Not the case. Not the case. Okay. So, here's a textbook example of what happens when you do a dollar start on items that you know are not popular or are not in good condition. As we're doing this, I'm live unboxing because I bought lots. I don't know what's in every box. I pull out a book. It's a book with a certain animal on it. Okay. The book is in rough shape. It's drawn on, it's falling apart. It's not anyone else's cup of tea, but there is someone in my show who likes this particular animal. Now, I knew for a fact that if I ran that broken book, it was going to sell for $1. Now, there could have been someone else that wanted it, but my experience as a seller tells me there's one person in this room that wants it. Now, usually if I have no clue, I don't mind running it for $1. But if I know nobody wants it, I don't like to run it for $1 because I'm going to be out the money, right? So I held it up just because I was like, oh, look, it's this. I knew people would want to see it. So I showed it for the entertainment value. And then that one person asked for it. And I said, well, I really don't want to run it for $1. Is anybody else interested in this? If I can get 2 people, I'll run it at $1, but otherwise I got to ask for 2. I didn't hear anything from anyone else, but I like this person. And I felt bad showing it and not running it. And they didn't say, I found out later that they had a glitch. So they couldn't respond to me when I was asking, do you want it for $2? And I just thought, you know what? Forget it. I'm just going to run it for $1. Ran it for $1. Guess how much it sold for? a dollar. Now, this person was very nice. This is why I like them. They tipped me the other dollar because they felt bad that I was going to run it for two and that I didn't. And because of their glitch, they didn't hear it and all that. They were very sweet and they tipped me a dollar. But that's why you can't sell your crap at a dollar because it's going to sell for a dollar. You can't sell stuff like I have a whole tote, Michi. You know those painted boxes that you bought for your daughter? I have a whole tote of that kind of stuff. I don't want to run it for a dollar because I know that it takes a special type of person. There are people that like this stuff. Michi proved it. Her daughter loves them, right? I sold them to Michi for $5 each. And my plan when I purchased them was to sell them at $5 each because I know that they are not trendy and it's going to take a certain person to purchase them. So I'm not going to run them at a dollar because they won't sell or they'll sell for a dollar. And selling for a dollar is just as bad as not selling at all. I would almost say not selling is better because then you don't have to package it up and you don't lose the shipping supplies. But when you do sell it for a dollar, you do gain a buyer. You do get a chance at getting a review. You get a chance at them coming back for more because they like the way you package stuff, right? Last Friday was weird and 0% day made things way worse. My show was a flop. I'm sorry, CPU. Some days are just like that. Listen, I've had them. Even after years and you know how things. Hi, Normal Design. Thank you so much for purchasing notes. Um, do. But the whole point is there's a time and a place for everything, and there's a way to make dollars start to work. Some of you are scared to do dollar starts on your good stuff. And I've always said since the beginning of my dollar start thing, that's the stuff you want to sell at a dollar. You want to sell all your mid-range stuff at the lowest price you're willing to take for it. And then if you want to try a dollar start, try it on the good stuff. Because if you've got people in your room buying stuff at above dollar start prices and you pull out a good item, now is it going to sell for the what you want for it? Maybe not. Maybe it's going to sell for a lot less, but it's going to be the most likely item to get bid up. It's going to be the most exciting thing for people to watch. And it's going to be the item that the buyer is most happiest to spend a lot of money on. So even if it doesn't go as high as you want, the person who purchased it is going to be happy that they purchased it. Thank you, Red Brick, for purchasing notes. Blasian Bunny says it stings when your good stuff sells for really low. I think my anxiety is too high. Exactly. And that's a good point. You should never do starts lower than your emotions can handle. When I did my dollar starts, when I jumped in and was like, we're doing all dollar starts Monday through Friday. Do you know what I did not have emotional space for? Worrying about inventory. I was so worried about my husband being out of work and possibly needing to move for a job and having to deal with a whole basement full of dead stock inventory. That emotion superseded the fear of selling stuff at a dollar. So when you can get into the right emotional headspace of, you know what? I need this business to work. I need it to work. You can get yourself to lower those or to lower your shipping, or you can get your emotions to accept those strategic moves if you see the value in them. If you don't see the value in, like, again, now that I don't have that need, I've changed my business style because it's just not a need to me. Not doing a 0% day show again, waste of my time and stress. CPU pack rat, a lot of people think that. I have never done a commission show because it was zero. I've never done a zero commission sale because it was zero commission day. I've only gone live on zero commission day because I already had a regular show with my regular audience doing my regular business and was like, oh, hey, zero commission. That was a boost. But otherwise, I think I actually have more competition and less viewers on those days. Millicent says there's something about the estate sale shopping that activates hesitancy to bid against friends. Some gentle education, auctions sometimes help. Millicent, that's true, but I don't need people to bid against each other. When I do the estate sales and I set my price, I could have, and most, like I think 99% of the time, nobody bids against the other person. And I'm perfectly happy with that. The only reason I run it as an auction is because that lets anyone else who wants it get it. But really, that's the beauty of high prices is you don't need people to bid against you. So you got to make sure your prices are set accordingly. Listen, if you're going to do $5 starts and take a loss, like if $5 doesn't make you money, why not do dollar starts? Like if you're going to take a loss doing 5, do dollar starts. You'll at least gain viewers, you'll at least gain buyers, you'll at least gain momentum, and eventually you get those bidding wars. But to my mind, your start bid should either make you money or make you business, which business should eventually lead to money. CPU says, I only did it because I kept pushing back a show from earlier in the week. Well, CPU, that's the problem. It's not the zero commissions. Why are you pushing back your shows? Listen, nobody likes for Disneyland to be pushed back. It's okay. It's okay to say we're going to Disneyland next year and then say, surprise, we're not. We're doing it today. It's way worse to say, we're going to Disneyland today. Oh, sorry, things came up. We're going to go next week. Oh, sorry, things came up again. We're going next week. Always move your shows sooner, never later. And be careful to move them sooner, too. Life and day job. I feel ya. I feel ya. But I think that probably had more effect than the zero commission. And that's just a fact of life. Listen, before I could do the Monday through Friday, when my kids were little and I was still doing this, or littler, I guess I should say, it I'm sorry, the kids took first place. My business took a back seat to that, and it showed in the business, right? Michi says, sometimes it's slow, but this time I did well. It's a hit or miss depending on the time of your show during zero commission days. Oh, I agree. I agree. All right, you guys, I think that's it for notes. Let me double check. Does anyone have any questions? Now is the time to ask questions. Let me just make sure I said everything I needed to say. I think that's it. I think that's it. My notes are extra wrinkly today. I've been extra grumpy today. Millicent says, I think I'd worry a little that some people would stop coming, the ones hesitant to speak up or bid. Long term, I'm not sure. It's very interesting. I agree. And Michi, I will tell you, even though Saturday, the dollar start show was not my favorite thing of the week, I will still do dollar shows as often as I can for the very reason that I got 21 new buyers during that show. Are you going to talk about your soap? Yes, I am, Lala Girl. It's coming up next. Do you guesstimate weights at estate sale shows? Yes, absolutely, Christelles. But I'm able to do that. I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good at picking something up and saying, okay, you're probably close to this weight. You're going to go in this box. Like I'm pretty good at doing that. It's very rare that I'm super off. Now, there are times where I will purposefully put it in at a lower weight to try to activate people bidding more. I do not take a portable Wi-Fi with me, and it has caused problems, Iris. I have had connection issues. I am not a good live shopper. Don't watch me for advice on that. I would watch Modern Roots and Rust. She's very good at the live shopping. And she does chat shows. I don't know how much she answers questions like that during her chat shows, but you can always try because she does a lot of for sale advice. Like if you purchase, then then you get more attention. But I think she answers some of those questions, so you can always try. But I'm still learning how to do the live shopping. Anything else? I think I saw you also at a house a few weeks ago. So Grand Millennial, for the past month, I think I've been doing estate sales on Fridays and Saturdays. Saturdays are going to be pop-up from now on. I'm not guaranteeing estate sales on Saturdays because I would like to use Saturdays. Saturdays have always been my day off. Yeah, you saw me on a Friday. Yeah, Saturdays have routinely been my day off. I've started. I gave up my Thursday show for my Saturday estate sales. But now that I've crunched the numbers, I'm like, I don't think I want to do the Saturday estate sales anymore. Even portable Wi-Fi hotspots are not that reliable. Yeah, and it's just one more extra thing to take care of. I'm so lazy, guys. I really am. All right. Now, you can keep asking questions. Was it hard to sell? It's always hard to sell when live shopping. Grand Millennial. Grand Millennial, have you ever done a live shopping where you're selling as you're shopping? It's very difficult. The difficulties you have during a live show times 10. I'm okay with it though. I functioned very well in that situation. I struggle in prosperity. Okay. I struggle if I have extra time. I struggle if things are going slow and easy. I actually thrive in high intensity situations. So for me, it works. I like it. I enjoy it. Now, Grand Millennial, if you're talking about me at the auction, that was completely different. If you're talking about me at any of the other estate shows, no, the house one. Okay. So yes, I think I do fairly well with it. Liz is very methodical at her live sales. I am. What you think is random is not. I try to be very in control of a very uncontrollable situation, and live shopping is very uncontrollable. You're not just managing the product, you're not just managing the camera, you're managing the people around you, you're managing the voices, you're managing the prices, the weights, the customers' requests, everything. Like when you're upstairs and you make your way, oop, I gotta go eat lunch, guys. And you make your way all the way downstairs, and someone says, "Oh, wait, can you go back and look at that thing upstairs?" You have to decide right there on the fly. Do I honor that, hoping to make a sale, or do I keep going in order to make a future sale because they already had their chance? And I'm not always perfect at it, but it is an art form. Now I have FOMO for Liz at an auction. Nacho cheese, and you should come check it out. See what you think. Michi, do you do the live shopping, or are you just exhausted from my shows? Our Vintage Journey says, so I'm even a little more nervous about my Friday show. Can you guess what it is? Are you doing live shopping? Okay, Our Vintage, if you're doing live shopping, check your nerves at the door. Oh, you're doing dollar starts. Same advice. If you're doing dollar starts, this is my advice for you if you're going to do dollar starts. When you are live, you did not buy the product and you are not doing the bookkeeping. When you are live, you are an employee. You do not have an emotional investment. You do not have a financial investment. Your only job when you are live and doing dollar starts is to make sure that the items sell as best as you possibly can. Run them as fast as you can without going too fast. Keep the chat going without chatting so much that you don't run your items. Make sure you have good lighting. Make sure that you have a good connection because those will affect your bids. Okay. But when it comes to your emotions, you have no right to bring emotions to a dollar start show. And that's very hard to do. That's very hard to do. It's kind of like when I used to tell my kids when we would go to someone's house for dinner, I would sit them down beforehand and I would say, when you taste their food, and you do have to taste their food, you are not allowed to say, I don't like it. You are not allowed to say, no thanks. You're not allowed to say, I don't want any more. The only thing you're allowed to say at the bare minimum is, thank you so much for cooking this for me. You don't have to lie, but you do have to say, thank you so much for cooking this for me. So the most you're allowed to say, you're not allowed to say, oh my gosh, I can't believe that went for $1. I know it's hard. I say it too. You're not allowed to say that though. You're not allowed to say, oh my gosh, nobody else wanted that. I can't believe it. The only thing you're allowed to say beyond good things is, thank you so much. I'm so glad you made that purchase with me today. That's it. That's the lowest emotion you're allowed to feel during a dollar start show. And it's hard. It's so hard to do that. Our Vintage Journey says, I'm clearing out inventory. I'm all about it, but my daughter is nervous. So that's where the emotions come in. Don't let your daughter be in the show then. Just don't, because she'll affect your emotions. Lala Girl says, Liz is really calm. Liz is really calm at her live estate sales, live auction, crazy times and difficult. Yes. Yeah, the live auction was insanity. Dreamful Design says, but if everything sells for $1, you are fired. No joke, Dreamful Designs. If you do a dollar start show and every single thing sells for $1, you are not doing your job. And maybe you shouldn't do dollar starts. And there's nothing wrong with that. If you need the product to do the selling instead of you, then you should not do dollar starts. Okay. Um, Dollar starts requires someone who knows how to do. And again, I maxed out at $5 average order value. With all my sales techniques, I maxed out at $5. Now, were there shows that went higher than that? Yes. Okay. Were there days where I had really good inventory and they sold for? Yes. But over the broad spectrum, I was never able to, in a substantial way, break through the $5 average order value. Nacho Cheesin says, stay positive too. Congratulate someone on the great deals they win. It makes a difference. Trust me. Exactly. If people feel bad for you because something sold for $1, they won't bid because they'll feel guilty. You don't want that. You want people to feel like you are enjoying giving those deals away. Things get away from me at some auctions. Yeah. All right, guys, that's it for advice. If you you can still ask questions if you want, but I'm going to focus on soap. So, if you guys like soap, please feel free to check out the Buy It Now. I'm going to show you and talk to you about my soap. And I don't think that last week I got a chance to tell you guys about the corn silk soap. So, let me tell you about it. All right, we're going to talk about Kitchen Kissed. This is, you've been wanting to learn about my soap? Well, here you go. So, this is cold processed soap. The formula is all mine. I do not purchase a soap base. I don't use melt and pour. I don't use a pre-made soap base where I add things to it. This is 100% scratch made. Okay. The only thing that I don't control as far as the ingredients are the fragrance oils. I buy them, they're beautiful, and I put them in. Everything else, scratch made. Okay. The formula, 100% mine. I spent years working on it. The technique of making it, I spent years working on it. Okay, so this is 100% my stuff. Now, let's tell you about Kitchen Kissed and why this one's a special one. Not only is this scented like fresh made bread, crisp country apple, and sexy black amber and linen, like sexy man came in and kissed your neck while you were cooking in the kitchen. Trad life lust. It is Kitchen Kissed. That's why it's called Kitchen Kissed. That's a little apple tart right there on the top. But this is also made with corn silk. So when I'm making the chemical process of the sodium hydroxide, I had corn silk in there and it extracts the proteins. Thank you for purchasing. It extracts the proteins from the corn silk and it gives an extra silkiness to the lather. I love finding natural ways to improve the lather of my soap, and corn silk is one of them. And I thought that met the theme. So in this, to match the kitchen theme, you have oatmeal, you have goat milk, you've got honey, you've got corn silk. It is a trad life recipe, a trad wife, trad life recipe in this soap. You had me at sexy man kissed my neck, right? Like if you watch those videos on trad wives and you're like, "Oh, I wish I could have that, but I just can't make myself do that." You could do it in the shower. You could have that life in the shower. How do you recommend using and storing? I have have a couple I've been eyeing. So you want to store it somewhere dry. If you keep it in your shower, where did I put them? Oh, I don't. Do I have them in the shop? Do I at least have loofahs in the store? Let me check. I like to put a loofah sponge. I do not. Let me add them right now for you guys. So if you purchase soap, I highly recommend purchasing a loofah slice. Let me find it here. Because it will make your soap last the longest. That says it's out of stock. Why does it say out of stock? Dag nabbit. Well, here, this is what I'll do. I'll run it for $2. That's how much I charge. They're big enough for a whole bar of soap, sometimes more. That's for a loofah slice. Don't bid each. Oh, it's 30 seconds. It's my first day on the job. I have no clue. Nobody bid that up. I have multiples. 10 Mile Studio, thank you for purchasing a loofah slice. That's so annoying. Here, I'm going to make a special listing. You guys read the ingredients on the soap while I make a special listing for a loofah slice, cuz my name is Liz. Okay. Here we go. Loofah, we're going to do it as a buy it now. We're going to do it at $2. I have like 500 available. There we go. Shipping profile, it's like an ounce. There we go. Okay. Did I put it as a buy it now or as an auction? Please be a buy it now. We've got the notes. We've got the loofah. All right, the loofah is in there. The loofah is in there. Is it in the bin already? How come it's not showing? Indie Cute Mom is rating. Thank you so much. Indie Cute Mom, say hello to everyone in the chat while I let everybody know that on August 14th, 5:30 p.m., you're doing a pucker up and shop lip deals. Ooh, sounds fun. Okay, let me check. Buy it now. Notes. Okay, the loofah. Oh, there's 2 loofahs. Okay, well then I can delete this one. all waited. Okay, there we go. All right. How to store the soap. You want the soap, large loofah. Okay, perfect. You want to store the soap in a dry place. So if you're in a humid environment, just try to put it in the room or a cupboard that's the driest. And that's only if you're going to be storing it for a long time. If you're going to store it for like Shy from Living Bliss Vintage, she still has one of my soap skulls. And hers, because she lives in a humid state, hers eventually got little crystals on the outside. And that's the glycerin being pulled out because it's a humectant. Okay. Now, let me tell you, hold on. Let me get that off the screen real quick. Let me tell you about y'all. This, oh my gosh. I love whenever they come close to my nose and I get to smell them. This one here is y'all, and this one is special not only because it is drenched, absolutely drenched in southern motifs. The cicada, the amazing, like if you've ever been to Charleston, like all the beauty and decor, the pecans for the pecan pies. Not only does it have camouflage coloring because it's the South, not only does it smell like Georgia peach and like country bourbon, Kentucky bourbon with notes of caramel and tobacco, not only does it smell like a magnolia blossom, this also has a luxury skin product called chitin, Chitin. Cicadia chitin. Thank you. I love discounts for purchasing, y'all. It has a chitin that I extracted from the 17-year cicadas, and this is the last. This is the last of my 17-year cicadas. Will I still make cicada soap? Absolutely, I will. Will it be from the 17-year cicada? Not for another like 15 years, right? So I extracted the chitin myself out of the shells of the 17-year-old cicadas, and it is in here for you. That is a luxury Asian product that is like crazy expensive. It's an amazing, amazing thing. All right. Now, let's say you're like, listen, I don't like expensive soap and I don't care about all that bougie decor. I just want good quality soap. Well, this is where you need to purchase right here. This is natural. This bar of soap is what led me to having the quality of soap that I currently have. So in the past, I made soap because it was fun. I liked the art. I liked making pretty things, right? I used it as an artistic outlet. All that I cared about was that it looked pretty and that it smelled nice. That's all I cared about. Other than that, it was just soap. Then I had a friend who had to go through chemotherapy. And when you go through chemotherapy, your skin can become very sensitive. And doctors will often tell you to avoid anything with scents or colorants in them. So I decided to make her some soap. And I decided to make the best soap possible. And I did a year. Thank you so much, Debs, for purchasing the natural. I spent a year working on this formulation to create the best soap that I possibly could. Nacho Cheese, thank you so much for purchasing. It does have a slight smell to it, but it is not from a fragrance. The smell in this is from the toasted oats and from all the other natural ingredients. There is unrefined cocoa butter, unrefined shea butter, aloe juice. It has the max amount of honey and colloidal oatmeal that I can get into a soap. It is the max amount of goat milk that I can get into a soap. And the smell you get from this is just from those natural ingredients. So it's like this lovely, toasty, nutty soap smell. It's amazing. I love this one so much. Anytime someone asks, what do I use for eczema or skin issues or flare ups or rashes? I will tell you, this will not cure those issues. Soap is not curative, but it is the best soap for those situations because it's going to be the least aggravating and the most nourishing. Okay. It's not going to cure, but it's going to create an environment where curing is more possible because, regular soaps are going to inhibit that curing. This is just going to open up so that other things can do that curing. Does that make sense? So just so you know. Thank you so much for purchasing that. All right. Next one we have. Listen, how many of you were mad watching your friends post about their vacations this summer, their cruises, their tropical destinations, and you were like, the closest I get to the beach is my AC vent? That's me. So sometimes we need to bring the vacation home, and that's Mangoko. This one is scented like a mango coconut water drink that you would get in your personal cabana because you're rich. And it's got pre-molded soap slices, coconut slices on it. So I handcrafted those. I didn't even use a mold. I had to make those from hand, and it took forever. So I hope you love them. But those are, thank you so much for purchasing. So Mangoko, I tried to color it in the colors of a mango with the coconut slices on the front, and it is just a light, fresh, fruity smell that makes you feel like you're drinking an expensive drink. I just love it so much. Next up, we have one that this has been I don't often make my soaps twice. I always tell people, thank you, Cozy Door, for purchasing a loofah slice. I always tell people, if you like something, you better buy it because I do not recreate my soaps. They are usually one of a kind, like this one. You will never custom blended scent. This was a custom artwork. You will never see that one after this soap thing ends. I have very rarely recreated soaps. This one always. I will always make this one and I will always make this one. But this time I changed it. It's FaceTime 2. And I upped the other ingredients, and I may or may not make this one ever again because it is the maxed out version of this. This is FaceTime 2. Let me tell you about this one. Let me find it first and pin it. It is expensive. It's expensive because this is a true essential oil soap. All right. There's no water in this one. It's made with apple cider vinegar and aloe juice. So it's formulated specifically for use on the face. You can use it on your whole body. You can use it in your hair if you like it in your hair. You can use it on your body, your hands, but I formulated it specifically for the face. So it is made using essential oils of tea tree and lavender, tea tree for the cleansing, lavender for the calming. Now, those are aromatherapy properties. Tea tree has been scientifically proven to be cleansing, but that's why I put it in the face. So you need to decide. And it is loaded with, now, this is the first time I've used goat milk in here. So I'm going to see what my customers think. You guys are going to have to tell me if you like this over FaceTime. Otherwise, I'm going back to FaceTime, which is this same recipe with no goat milk. Okay. So this one has the goat milk. It has the honey. It has the everything that is supposed to be good for a facial. And it's the max safe amount of essential oils to be used in a face area. And it's got an amazing smell. I don't know if you like tea tree, but that tea tree and lavender, and that you get the toasty oatmeal in there as well. All right, was that all of them? No, we didn't get to the danger soap. Y'all can't buy this one. This one has a warning on it. Okay. Actually, I'm surprised at how oh, wait, am I glitching again? Hold up. I'm glitching. Are we back? I totally glitched there. Did you guys see me glitch? For empty nesters, so your kids don't take the good stuff. Okay, I think I glitched, but I think we're back. Okay. Yes, because it didn't even pin the right soap. Let me pin this here. So we're going to talk about this one. This is the first soap that I've ever offered with a warning outside of my pine tar. Because the smell was not for everyone. This is the same thing, but this also has some actual danger warnings on it. Little piece of safflower petal there. Okay, this one you'll see down below. It says, warning, please do not purchase and use this, or you can purchase it, but don't, if you're pregnant, do not use it as a soap if you have sensitive skin. I have to warn people about that. Why? Because I used a custom essential oil blend, and the custom essential oil blend includes anise seed, which is not safe for pregnant women. Okay, it's probably isn't going to do anything, but you do need to be aware that essential oils, the smell of anise seed can in rare situations. Please do not purchase if pregnant or desiring to become pregnant. As far as the sensitive skin issue, it should be fine, but sensitive skin is very sensitive to clove. Used if you don't want your skin exacerbated. Now, there are people who purposely purchase clove scented soap for the purpose of agitating the skin because it wakes up the nerves and it can actually cause like rejuvenation and all that kind of stuff. I'm not going to get into any of that. I'm just going to warn you that if you have sensitive skin, you should not be using this one because it has the clove oil. Now, I did use both the anise and the clove at the safe levels, which is very little, very little. But the anise is the strongest scent. So this is a blend of anise seed, which smells like black licorice, clove, which has that spicy smell to it, lavender, orange, and there might be one other. You'd have to read the ingredients. There's a lot of essential oils in here, and these are true essential oils, not fragrance oils. Fragrance oils, fragrance oils, fragrance oils, essential oils, no fragrance. Does that make sense to everyone? But this one here is my most artistic of the bunch because it literally, as you're using it, you are covered. It has the max, like it actually has beyond the max level of activated charcoal in it. So the color comes 100% from safflower petals. So it is covered in botanicals. But this one is called Phoenix Ash because you literally feel like you are covering yourself in the ashes of a phoenix. When you go to wash yourself, you will be covered in black ash until you work it up into a lather. And then it will lather if you work it up. And as you smell it, it's going to smell like burnt wood. And then it's going to smell a little bit like life. This is not scented like what I imagine a phoenix would smell like. It's scented like I imagine a phoenix ash would smell like, the leftover remnants of a phoenix burning up and then coming back to life through the ashes. Consider it my most artistic. How's everything looking, guys? Am I still glitching? It's making me join my own show a bunch of times, and usually that's warning that it's glitching. I am glitching again. Oh, okay. Thank you, Terry. I so appreciate Terry. I appreciate it. Let me try something else. Hold on. Okay, testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Is that better? Am I still glitching? Okay. Rude Wi-Fi. Seriously, I've never had problems with Wi-Fi until the past like 2 months. And now I'm having problems all the time and it's really making me mad. I don't know what I need to fix, but something has to get fixed. Thank you so much for purchasing the large loofah slice. If anybody made a purchase and I didn't thank you, it's because Whatnot did not tell me. Are you on Verizon right now? Something's wrong with your towers. I am Verizon. I've been wanting to switch lately for lots of reasons. Tipped $2 million for new Wi-Fi. Reselling everything. Thank you. Unfortunately, your text is not green for me. If that's what you did. PC, I have rebooted my router almost every day the past 3 weeks. Am I still glitching, Sabaloo? Am I still glitching? I am? Oh, okay. Let me just try this. Testing 1, 2, 3. Is your phone hot by chance? No? The phone isn't hot. It's just, how's it looking? It's okay. We don't mind your stories. Make up for it. Oh, thank you. I'm frozen right now. Ugh. See, I'm not frozen to me. That's, okay, let's try this again. It's time to end the show. And is it clip time? You know I love the funny clips. So if you guys ever get an embarrassing clip of me, put it on my profile. Am I still frozen? Testing 1, 2, 3. Am I still frozen? If I'm still frozen, we're just ending the show. I'm back. I'm back. Okay, good. If you've purchased soap from me and I didn't a loofah slice. If you purchase soap for me and I did not thank you, it's because I didn't see it because my thing is glitching. So I so appreciate every single soap order. I cannot tell you guys how much it means to me that people value the product I'm making. I know it's not cheap. And I would not sell it to you at these prices if I didn't know that it was worth it. So I thank you guys so, so much. I thank everyone who's left me good reviews, for everyone that purchases, for everyone that supports it. I know some of you keeps talking about this dumb soap. Let me try it. I hope that you got your money's worth out of it. Any other questions from anyone before I leave? Because I'm pretty sure my mom's been upstairs for the past hour. And I want to go see my mom. There's my mom. Mom, are you in my house right now? Magical Daisy, thank you so much for purchasing Mangoko. I hope you love it. My mom is here. All right, you guys, these soaps will be available in my shop when the show is over. At least they should be. So I'm going to go ahead and end my show because my mom is here. Although if you want to bundle your shipping, if you want to bundle your shipping, I'm going to give you guys 5 more minutes. So if anybody wants to purchase more soap, I just realized if I end the show, you can't bundle it with the purchases from the profile. So I'll stay on for 5 more minutes just in case you guys, does anyone want me to show or talk about any of the soaps? I will show my skull soap. Do I have these in the shop? I do not. I do not. Hold on. I'm going to pull this one forward. These are crazy expensive though, because this is a lot of soap. So you're actually getting more value. Hold on. That's the wrong one. Import from inventory. There it is. Why were those not in my show? Okay. This is a $20. This is actually worth more than that, but I run them at $20 for you guys because I love you. Where is it? Is it in the buy it now? Oh, they're in the buy it now, so we don't even need to auction them off. So you can grab one for $20 for that one. That's the natural, no color, no scent. I only have one of the ash. And again, you got to FYI. Magical Disney, I hope that you love it. Thank you so much. Okay, testing 1, 2, 3. Am I still glitching? Let me know. I think I'm still glitching. It keeps having me join my own show. All right. So again, if you're sensitive skin, I recommend. Thank you for Sunshine Outpost. Sunshine Outpost just bought a whole bunch of soap for me that I just packaged up today, and they just purchased Unnatural Skull. Let me tell you, this is how big the skull is. Putting this under a cloche for Halloween, I would use it as Halloween decor, and then when Halloween's over, getting it for your son, perfect. I put mine in my guest bedroom after Halloween last year because I had some different scents in the skulls, and my guests loved it. Loved it. So, highly recommend those for fun. For gifts, they make great gifts. 24/7, 365 here. Wait, what? What's 24/7, 365 in here? You're trying to be responsible. Hey, we respect that. We respect that. All right, last chance. We got 3 more or 2 3 more minutes? 3 more minutes. If you're using it for your face, I recommend FaceTime 2. If you have sensitive skin, I recommend natural. If you're on a budget and you just want to experience the soap, and you're just like, I just want to know what it's like, get this one. It's the cheapest one. I make this cheap. You're actually getting the most value for this one. I make this cheap because a lot of people purchase this because they need it, not necessarily because they want it, because they are not able to use the fancy soaps. So I do try to make that one more affordable, but this is what my base recipe is based on. So I recommend using that so you know how my soap behaves, and then you can judge other soaps based on that one. Like, for instance, this one is a goat milk colloidal oatmeal honey soap. This one here, I believe, let me check. I think Mangoko, one of these does not have the goat's milk or the colloidal oatmeal, and I don't remember which one it is off the top of my head. Usually I know that for sure, but this time I have not looked. Let's see. Goat milk. This one does not have the colloidal oatmeal. Okay, so this one does not have the colloidal oatmeal. So that would give you some reference. Like this one might lather just a tad bit more than the natural will. So if you're in it for the lather, you might want this one. If you like a silky lather and you care more about that than bubbles, then you're going to want to go with the cicada, or because of the cicada or the corn silk one. Hopefully that makes sense. Hold on. Sabaloo says, I always have Halloween. Oh, you have Halloween out 24/7, 365? Love it. I know some people definitely do. Did you see my jadeite vase? I tried to sell it for $50. No one wanted to buy it. Then I got it home and looked it up. It's a McKee. It's a McKee EAPG jadeite vase. I'm going to put it for sale for 150. I don't think anyone's going to buy it, and I don't want them to buy it because I want to put a jack-o'-lantern on top of it for my Halloween decor. Sorry, I'm reading these things real quick. Are you going to do scrap soap again? Sunshine, no. So I only do soap like are you talking about the shred bags? If you're talking about the soap samples and the shred bags, usually I sell out of those the first day. Now, this year I kept 2 behind, and one of them I use them for customer service things. So those have already sold out. The only thing I have, like if you ever see me offer one, you're seeing me offer one that I reserved for customer service issues. So like I was in a show Saturday, I had a show and I broke someone's item, and I was like, you can ask for a cancellation, or I can send you soap. And so they requested one of my last soap shred bags. So I keep it on hand for that, but I have like literally 2 left. So no, that's why I always tell people come on the first day of a soap line opening, because those sell out crazy, crazy fast. But they are fun, aren't they? I'm starting to think of maybe offering shred bags on the regular because I know that people really like them. But I'd have to figure out price points for them, because that's the thing. I start those at $1 because I have no price comparison, because I'm not making those to make them. Those are actually just zero waste options. Like those would either go in the garbage or you use them in the bag. So we use them in the bag for zero waste properties. Yes, would love to get like a smaller variety pack. So Magical Disney, the reason why I don't offer more of those is because the labor intensity of making those. Like making 6 little bars versus it takes me the same amount of time to make a small bar as it does a big bar, except for the decor. Except for the decor, everything else is the same exact amount of time. So it's 6 times the labor for 1 time the price. Does that make sense? So I don't often make the smaller bars just for that reason, because the labor is the same. The shreds are a great idea. I love it. Yeah, the shreds have been very popular. And those, the labor would not be hard. I would just put them through a food processor, basically. The ones that I sell you are not out of a food processor. Those are hand shaved. When I bevel, those are created when I bevel my edges. So when I shave the edges, and the only reason I do that is to make it feel good in your hand, because otherwise the first 2 uses of your soap, the edges feel kind of sharp and annoying. I don't like that. It's a luxury product. I want it to feel like a luxury product the first time you use it. So I bevel the edges, and that's where the shreds come from. Okay, you guys, it is past time. I'm going to go see my mom. While I'm saying goodbye, feel free to purchase more soap. Also, feel free to share your shows. Everybody, please take this time to share your shows in the chat. Tell us what you sell. Tell us when you sell it. Tell us if you're new. Tell us if you're trying to reach a goal. Are you trying to get 1,000 followers, 1,000 sales? Are you trying to get up the nerve to start your first show? Let us know in the chat, while I let you know that I will be live tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time sharp. I'm doing a one and done. One high ticket item, and I'm going to sell it for $1 with $4 max shipping. So it's your chance to pop in, grab a killer item at a killer price, and then we say goodbye and we raid into someone and carry on with our day. So definitely bookmark those shows. Noelle, thank you for saying hi to my mom. I'm going to tell her all about you when I tell her about my YouTube channel. Shout out to Zoe's T-Mod, but to do him a favor, I'm going to shout out his wife instead, Zoe's Treasures, which is Tracy and Noelle. Zoe's Treasures, They do a podcast on YouTube. They stream live on YouTube. They do amazing chat shows, tax advice. And I have to shout them out because Zoe's T Mod is an absolute angel and is posting this whole show on YouTube later. My next show, insert suspense music. Dun, 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 dun. All right, you guys, thank you so much. Good luck on all these shows you guys are sharing. I hope they're fabulous for you. We're going to go raid. Oh, who should we raid today? We're going to raid someone different than we've raided before. Let's raid someone thrifty. Thrifty. We're going to go raid. Wait, are they live? I'm glitching. I'm glitching again. Hold on. Let's see if we can do this. There we go. All right. Thrifty Nate 23 is doing Curvy Monday Vibes, which says to me probably clothing. They have 6 viewers in the room. All I ask is that you be kind. Look at their shop, look at their shows, follow, bookmark if you want to, and purchase if you feel like it. But let's go show them some support on the app. Everybody have a fabulous day, and we will see you around on the Whatnot. Bye, everyone.